Yo! How's it going, everyone? Welcome back. Welcome back. Let me catch up with the chat, see who's here. Games. How's it going? Cool Man, of course. Good to see you. Sib, Phantom Cigar, Dota, Dante, Elaval, Young Jija. What's up? Nico. How's it going? Listo, Mr. Man, Solo Eclipse, Cougar, Rhombus, RG, MCRMJ. Mr. Man, you're gonna have me on in the background while you're working today. Hey, I hope I can make the day go by a little bit faster. Cheers, man. Connor, what's up? Oscar, if I didn't say hi. Gats. What's up, everyone? Solza, good to see you. So yeah, today we venture into the Hunter's Nightmare for the first time, the DLC. And we'll probably get through... I might not go as long today. Maybe I won't go for 8 hours. Maybe we'll just do like 5 hours or so. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Maybe we might start off with some chalice dungeoning again as well. We're starting kind of early. Maybe we'll just do a wee bit of chalice dungeoning before we get into the DLC, the Old Hunter's Nightmare. Yeah, give me a second here. I was really enjoying reading that article you posted, Listo, about the translation of the games. Some really interesting notes in there. It was great to see, especially that there seems to be a lot of communication between Miyazaki and the translators, where they would like rigorously go through stuff. Miyazaki even taking some terms and stuff from the translators and retranslating them back into Japanese because he liked them so much. Really nice to see stuff like that, like the arch trees. That was a term that the translators came up with, and I think that might have been one of the terms that Miyazaki like retranslated back into Japanese or something. But yeah, it was interesting just reading about the process and the difficulties of it. The note on Solaire's dialogue was cool as well. Really interesting just to see get some insight into that whole process. I watched some of the podcast, Listo. Yeah, I didn't get to watch the whole thing. I'll have to get back to that at some point. Ludwig, man, can't wait to see him again. Can't wait to see the whole DLC. Orphan, Research Hall. It's gonna be good. Okay, give me a second here. Oh. Okay, hold on. Ba-dum-bam, 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 ba-dum-bam. Elden Ring, yeah, of course. I'm not sure if I'll be playing it at midnight, if I'll be getting an earlier copy of it, or if I'll be doing it on the day later, after midnight, during the day at normal hours. But yeah, I'll be playing it as soon as it comes out in one form or another. Oh. Score hard with the 4 months. Thank you. Oh. Level 77. I was playing a little bit offline yesterday. I did some chalice dungeoning. I think I went through the first layer of the lower Tumeru chalice. Yeah, I'm at the second layer of this one, the lower chalice. Lost a load of blood echoes. I had like 90k, lost them. But that's okay. I'm feeling pretty OP as it is now anyway. I kind of regret leveling up my vitality to 40. I feel like I've made the game too easy for myself now. We'll see what happens. We might switch to another weapon. That would be one thing to increase the difficulty. I probably won't be able to level it up as high as my cane. I was thinking of using the Chikage. Saw Dave using that. I'm not sure if there are any other dex weapons that I want to use. Although we need some blood tinge for that. We need quite a bit more actually. Yeah, maybe we'll switch to the Chikage, or maybe we'll use something in the Old Hunters DLC. What dex weapons do you get in the DLC? And what dex weapons can I get early in the DLC without having to like kill Simon? The Beast Hunter Scythe, right. Oh. Okay, we'll think about it. I don't think we read some of these descriptions. Ludwig's Holy Blade, we just picked up his badge recently. This is the most nostalgic weapon in the game for me. It's what I used on my first playthrough. A trick weapon typically used by healing church hunters. It is said that the silver sword was employed by Ludwig, the first hunter of the church. When transformed, it combines with its sheath to form a great sword. The healing church workshop began with Ludwig and departed from old Gehrman's techniques to provide hunters with the means to hunt more terrifying beasts, and perhaps things still worse. I was looking at the lyrics for Ludwig's theme earlier, and it made me think of something. One of the lyrics refers to him as like the first hunter of blood, or something along those lines. Is the implication that Gehrman didn't use blood in some way, or I don't know. I might bring up those lyrics again later when we get to Ludwig's fight. What were the differences between those techniques? How did Ludwig and his crew differ from Gehrman? What's the contrast there? It's interesting as well, Gehrman obviously has some history with Ludwig. When we get that dialogue early in the game and he like pauses before he says his name. Doesn't seem like there's any animosity there, but he kind of... There's some pain in his heart when he thinks of Ludwig. I think it's just mainly light versus heavy weapons, yeah. It seems like there's some other like philosophical element at play as well. Or, you know, like who they were as people. As opposed to who Gehrman's crew were. As if they were of a different ilk. Gehrman's workshop expected mostly to fight regular beasts, but later on in the timeline the church knew more clerics would be turning, so they employed heavy staggering weapons to combat them. The gold blood gem also hints at that. Right, yeah, like that's what's there on the surface as well, isn't it? When you read the description of the blade. They departed from old Gehrman's techniques to provide hunters with means to hunt more terrifying beasts. Perhaps things still worse. Yeah, that they needed to employ different methods to hunt these more horrific beasts that were appearing. That's pretty dark, though, yeah, if the implication is that it's because they had to now kill their own. Do I have the gold blood gem? Yeah. When clerics began transforming into unspeakable beasts, the church needed something to retaliate with. When you read that in this description, you would think it's just referring to the gem itself. Most radial blood gems have effects that bear upon physical attacks, and this golden radial blood gem, kept for generations within the church, strengthens attacks against those afflicted intensely by beasthood. I guess the implication there could be that these are the gems that those church hunters used. Yeah. As far as their different philosophies go, I think Gehrman's guys are more like a loose guild of artisans and mercenaries, often going at it alone. Whereas the church became more militaristic and organized. Yeah, you do get that impression. I was looking at your video again, cool man. And where you were comparing the black church doctors and the white church doctors, and I think you were going on about the implication, like how the descriptions almost imply a confrontation between them. You know, how the white church doctors need people to experiment on, but the black church doctors are going out killing people, even potential victims. You know, that might bring about some conflict between the two. You know, these church doctors are looking for precious test subjects, and the black church doctors are out killing potential victims. You can see that the white church doctors might not be so pleased with that. Hey, come on, stop. You don't even know if this person is turning into a beast. We need subjects over here. I guess when you learn more and more about these sects of the church, it really feels like there was a lot of conflict. You know, like the choir abandoning the church, and the white church doctors wanting one thing while the black church doctors wanted something else, and the white church doctors getting driven out of the city. You know, the whole organization was in disarray. They're working at opposite purposes. I like that. It kind of speaks to the dysfunction of the church. Yeah, it seemed to get very dysfunctional. What was Lawrence playing at, man? He really must not have been a good leader. You know, who was Who is controlling all these groups? Hunter must hunt. What's up? There's almost like a bravado aspect about the church's hunt. How Ludwig and his hunters come back with a fancy emblem to signify that the hunt is over. Yeah, there's like an element of glorification there. Like very, boisterous. Boisterous isn't the right word, but yeah. Let's head back into the dungeons, shall we? I don't have the Holy Moonlight Blade. I'm playing on new game. Playing on new game. Yeah, let's just do some chalice dungeoning before we get into the meaty stuff. It's early on. It's not even midday here where I am, just to give people time to come in, just so we're not starting too early. Yeah, like I was saying, I did a little bit of this off stream yesterday. Went through the first layer, and now I'm in the second. Lower to Meru Chalice. Oh, layer 3 we're in now. Oh, okay. I guess I did the first 2. Yeah, maybe we'll just go through this layer and then continue. Mrs. Wexford as well. How's it going? The end with the Prime sub. Thank you. Cheers. Okay, that's the door. That's the exit. The spiders. Oh, are these the... These aren't the Mensa spiders, are they? These look kind of like Rom spiders. Yeah! Yeah, I wanted to look at their faces. They do have that same... They do have the two primary eyes and the little mouth, just like Rom. I was just thinking with the spider we see in the Altar of Despair and how people always refer to it as Rom, whereas really it looks more like the little babies than Rom. With the big protruding legs, small body obviously. Oh, God. Jesus. Come on, drop. No? Does that mean there's another bell ringer? Oh, hello. It's weird. Sometimes the bell ringers will cause enemies to disappear, but sometimes you'll still need to kill the enemies that were summoned. I think it's kind of strange. Australian centipedes. What do we have here? Glad I took a break yesterday. It's intense doing these heavy lore sessions. I think you get a lot of that with the Executioners and the Vile Bloods. I find it they're very difficult to read the fury of the Executioners without taking into the account the recoil from how sexless and purity obsessed they are. Right. Madman Waller. Let's summon this guy. I don't remember seeing this guy before. Cool. He does look like a bit of a madman. He's behaving himself here, though. I'm just being reminded the amygdala arm is a weapon in this. Hey, what's up, Storm? You're off work today. Nice. We're gonna be doing. Oh, whoa! Oh, Waller means business. Oh, off he goes. Okay. Let me do the follow-up. Oh. Yeah, we're gonna be starting the DLC today, the Old Hunters. We're just doing some Chalice dungeons right now. Oh shit, Waller's getting fucked up. Oh! I really like that liquefied arcane haze that they puke out. Or what seems to be of the same substance. Cool. That creature is horrifying, but they have little Christmas tree decorations on their heads. So they can't be that terrifying. Look at their cute little stars. There's a lot of them here. I don't know if I'm up for this. Some good grind in here for Arcane Haze, though, if that's your jam. Let's go in here. The star is acceptable. Yeah, there is a lot of appendages. Ah. Oh, really? You're still alive? Oh, if you do a rolling attack... Ah! I never paid attention to that. When you're in whip form, if you do a rolling attack and a follow-up, you don't use the whip. I wonder, does it still count as a serrated attack? Because it looks like it should. The whip is covering the cane when it's in that form. The whip is serrated and the cane is righteous. Hello. I love their cute little shooting animations. Come on. Ah! Ritual blood. Okay, we can go back. Okay. Aimless, wandering hunters, slavering like beasts. Can't wait to see Simon again. I love how he really plays up to the mystery. I like the writing is very, very self-awarely indulges with the whole mystery of it all. Secrets are secrets for a reason. He even asks you, would you like to know more about these secrets? Feels like they're really indulging the lore nerds in the DLC, which I like. Teasing you. Let's drop down. How is he gonna come down? Oh no! Waller is very confused. Beasts, particularly unseemly. Hey, what's up, Wexford? Yeah, we lost him. Another one of these side areas. I think there's always an invisible wall in these side areas, isn't there? I know you can predict where the invisible wall will be. I think they're usually in the side areas. Whoa, okay. Give me some vials, will you? Shards. You're in Denmark, Wexford, yeah? What are you doing? Are you on holiday with Mrs. Wex? Wexford, thanks for giving Mrs. Wex a sub. Wait, you're living in Denmark? Oh, wow. Damn. You kept that under wraps. I think. Why did you move to Denmark? Just because you like it there, or work reasons, or? Oh. Oh my god, look at those eyes. Oh, what the fuck? Jesus, you don't see these dogs too often. I forgot about this enemy. What the fuck? Oh. Oh, that's lovely, yeah. One of the Watchers there as well, or whatever they're called. Hey, Dim. Mrs. Beef got a good job here. And then you got a good job here. Great, man. Amazing. It's treating me well. We're just starting the day off with some boring chalice dungeons. Then we'll get into the game properly like the last couple of days. That's the plan. Although it is cool seeing some of these enemies and things that I forgot about. Wrong place. Let's see if we can get these echoes back. Here we go. Oh, I killed him. Nice. He was still there. He stands right in front of the trap. Oh god, here we go. Right, let's take it. Ah! Oh my god. Ah! Hey, look, it's me in the game again. I forgot that I did some of the voice recordings for this. Oh! Jesus! Damn, they're scary. It's almost a shame we didn't see some of these enemies in the main game. But at the same time, it's cool to have unique stuff down here as well. Let's go back into that room. Oh yeah, I forgot you could knock over the dogs by shooting them. Probably not. They look pretty beefy. Let's, I think there are more of them in here. Well, maybe not. What the fuck was that? Oh yeah, you. Cool, I like the way she's glowing in the dark there, all embered up. Ooh. Ah! Jesus Christ. Damage. They just disintegrate, turn into ash. Oh, hey, what's up, Ghosty? What's up, Mean? The dungeons do fit in with the story, yeah. It's where the Great Ones were first discovered by the Bergenworth scholars. But they don't feel as they don't really feel like unique story areas because they're procedurally generated dungeons. They kind of lack variety when it comes to their level design. So it doesn't, while they do tie into the story, it doesn't really feel like you're going through story areas, really. But there are some cool things down here, like you'll fight lots of new enemies. Lots of stuff about the Tumerians. You can get some cool little key items and stuff that will affect stuff in the main game, like the ring that you can use to propose to the Queen of the Vile Bloods, Annalise. And when you get to the very bottom of the game, or the bottom of the dungeon, you get to fight Queen Yarnum, who the town is named after. So there's some interesting stuff, but overall it can be a bit of a slog going through them. Hello. Although I was reminded of that community, the Tomb Prospectors. Like, that is something pretty cool that was formed out of the dungeons, at least, and ties into the game well. You know, that in reality there was a group of Tomb Prospectors, like the community of players that were obsessed with the Chalice dungeons, trying to figure out all of their little intricacies and everything like that. And they discovered some pretty interesting details when it came to the dungeons and like how you trigger certain rare enemies and stuff like that. Pretty cool. Cool that the community itself had its own group of scholars, you know, going into the dungeons trying to uncover all the secrets. And I think they eventually figured out like every single permutation of the dungeons. Come on, man. What the fuck are you doing? Oh! Where did you come from? I think narratively they're also to be a living place of Tumerians, but the area itself doesn't look anything like that. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not really sure how you interpret all that stuff with the Tumerians. Did they once live above ground where Yarnum is? You know, because it's almost like the current day Yarnumites are inheriting the land from the Tumerians, right? Even just the way, the name of the place, you know? The town is called Yarnum, named after the Tumerian queen. You know, this is their, we're in their land. But did they only just live in the labyrinth underground? I don't know. I forget. I forget what we learned exactly about the Sumerians. Yeezy with the 2 months. Thank you. I like to think about it like they continuously built up and lost their connection with the gods more and more. But it's all speculation, right? Oh. More numbing mist. Oh, this guy. Pretty cool looking enemy. 4 blood vials. Two mold. Some mold inside. I mean, I guess that makes sense. I was going to say some mold inside a treasure chest, but it's actually a coffin, isn't it? So, yeah, no, I guess that does make sense. Ooh, hello. Close to getting killed there. Oh! Shouldn't have said anything. Oh my god. I don't want to go back in there to get my blood echoes. What a pain in the balls. We know they were initially humble guardians. And when they elected themselves a monarch, it was sort of out of entitlement. It's like if the doll eventually took herself seriously enough to start her own civilization. Right, like they were once just humble guardians of the great ones. But then after a while they started to feel that they were like more important. Oof. Jesus Christ. Whoa. Jesus. Fuck that up. I'm gonna die. They're scary when they're fast. Jesus. Oh, okay. Gravekeepers, like keeper of the old lord. That's like shorthand for gravekeeper. Okay. Now, where am I going? Hey, what's up, Az? Ooh, look where I am now. I guess I didn't come in here before. Ritual blood. Nothing else? No illusory walls? They tease you with so many illusory walls here, but barely any of them work. Nothing. Oh no! Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Ah! Okay, out here. Open the gate. And we'll come back in to get our echoes. I don't want to go through all that bullshit again. Come on. Okay, the dogs didn't follow me through, at least. Nice. Ooh, Jesus. That was stealthy. Oh, did he jump from up top? Oh my god. They look all bloody here. Okay, I think we can leave this place and go fight whatever the boss is. Oh! It's wrong. Oh yeah, each lower chalice always has one of the main story bosses at the end, doesn't it? Every time you get to the final boss of the lower chalice. I think that's how it works anyway. Oh, okay. Let's do it then. Is he gonna be friendly in his first phase? Looks like it. Play it slow and steady, I guess. Look at him creeping around back there. Oh. She's really sparkling there. The flowers on her back look quite different. They're glistening. Oh, that's an attack you don't usually see. Do they have that attack during the actual fight? Made a full game about Chalice dungeons and had more variety. I'd enjoy that. Kingsfield has that kind of thing going on, does it? Yeah. Oh! Oh, I'm sorry, Rom. Look at her in the corner here. Oh, no. You poor thing. Hoping I could stagger her back in there. Oh, Jesus. Here we go. I think I prefer sprinting away from that attack. Jesus. Really awkward arena compared to how you usually fight her. Yeah, oof. Spiders are all over the place as well. Gotta keep your eye on her at all times. Yeah, as I take my eye off her. Oof. Fuck. Jesus Christ. Okay, it's just you and me now, Rom. I can see something behind the wall. I think that's just her tail slipping through. Ah! Oh man, this is going to be a bit of a grind. Wait. So tempted to breathe there and just go for a few whips on Rom. Nice. Oh yeah, I heard the audio cue. Yeah, you can just go off the audio. As soon as you hear it, you have enough time to sprint. So, I don't actually have to look at ROM. I can just go based off the sound. follow him. Running a little low on vials. Oh, fuck off! Let me attack you, please. Nope. Okay. That's pretty insane. Adela. Oh, okay. At least she didn't teleport again. I thought she was definitely going to teleport again. Oh my god. I wonder if she programmed to be more aggressive in the chalice, or maybe I just got bad luck at times there. Or maybe she's always just that aggressive and it just feels different because I'm in the dungeon. I don't know. Oh my god. Okay. Cheers, guys. Okay, how about we cut this bullshit and start up the DLC. Still no Gehrman out here. That Chikage is definitely teasing me. Ant-Man with the 36 months. Thank you. Kingsfield is like a fleshed out Chalice dungeon. It's funny because even 30 years ago you can see these tropes taking form. A lot of similar concepts and even the names. Like Seath and various weapons. The skeletons in KF1 JP use the spider shield from Dark Souls. Really, that's cool. Yeah, my mind was blown when I saw that other version of the Moon Presence in one of their earlier games. What game was that again? It's like straight up the Moon Presence. Let's see.
Welcome. What is it? Very well. Let me...
Otogi, Myth of Demons. That one has like a lot of similar themes as well, doesn't it? Like the story is all about stagnation and shit like that. Let's see. Yeah, I'm kind of feeling some Chikage action. Let's put a few points into Blood Tinge.
Farewell, good hunter. May you find your worth in the waking world.
Yeah, I might have to check out some of those earlier games. I really liked Kuon. Kuon has some similar themes as well. I really enjoyed Kuon. Let's see. How are my blood vials looking? Oof. Wow. Back down to 2. Yeah, fuck that. We'll buy some more. Kin Cold Bloods.
Welcome home, good hunter. What is it you desire? Very well. Let the echoes become your strength.
She can react in the middle of her dialogue.
Now shut your eyes.
That's hilarious. I don't remember seeing that before. Damn, she's really keeping her cool there. Still manages to pull off the dialogue. Let's go for a bit more blood tinge.
Farewell, good hunter. May you find your worth in the waking world.
Yeah, let's get a few more vials. Couldn't hurt. We'll probably be flying through them. Hold on. Yeah, like the way it's placed in front of the moon and everything, with all of its flailing tentacles. Like, surely the moon presence is calling back to that, right? It's not that the design is like identical. The flailing tentacles are very similar. The body looks to be quite different, but it's like the presentation in front of the big moon. Like, it's a very it's an iconic image, you know. Or like it feels like a very precisely framed image. There's also a red moon in Otogi. Okay. Okay, let's do it. Let's get into the DLC. Actually, hold on. There might be other things that I wanted to look at in the shop. Look at the shop now. At the end game, it's crowded. Remember when it was just one guy at the beginning of the game? Oh, look at this guy. This guy isn't even trying to lure customers. He's just partying. You know, all the other guys, they're kind of looking out for people. Hey, come here, come on. This guy's holding a bottle. This guy's ready for business. This guy's holding something. This guy's just out of his mind. Yeah, he's just vibing. This guy looks to be vibing a bit as well, actually. Another clapper over here as well. This guy is kind of in a world of his own, though. The Canehurst set. Yeah, I wanted to look at this. I wouldn't mind buying the Canehurst set as well. It's pretty fucking pricey. Silver helmet worn by the royal guards who protect Annalise, Queen of the Vilebloods at Canehurst Castle. This paper-thin silver armor is said to deflect blood of ill intent, and is what allows the royal guards to capture prey for their beloved queen, so that one day she may bear a child of blood. And same description on all the others. Kind of makes me think of the Great Ones and the struggles that the Great Ones have when it comes to bearing a child. I'm not sure if they're trying to draw some kind of parallel there. Like, obviously, the Great Ones can use these women to birth their gods as well, right? To birth their infant great ones. Oh yeah, let's check our runes, actually, and our blood gems. Yeah, right now we still have the impurity one. We got the radiance, corruption. Let's take a look at my other runes as well, actually. What do I have? Physical damage reduction, more echoes from slain enemies. I do like all these extra blood echoes we're getting. Yeah, damage reduction by 7. Let's go for that. Check out the gems. Oh, looks like we still have what we want here, I think. Ooh, 195. Yeah. Cool, man. I think the idea is that when you have a child, you're recycling life. And the more you put into one entity, the more powerful it will be. So Annalise is attempting to have a noble child by concentrating all this life and will to live that she gets from eating hunters. That's a lot to digest. This is a weird link, but I think you can trace this idea back to how the Dark Soul was split into fragments. It's like you can have a lot of something, but it's less powerful, or you can coalesce it into something really exceptional and kingly, right? That's a lot. That's a lot. Funnily, that reminds me of what the translators were saying about the Lord's Soul in that article. I'm not sure if you read it yet, Cool Man. Did you? See if I can just find it real quick. Yeah, here's one of the paragraphs. Fascinatingly, this division mirrored in the act of translation. The Japanese language does not state plurality as regularly as English, Morris notes, and so the souls of lords may have been translated as the soul of a lord. But the appearance of Nito, the Witch of Izalith Gwyn, and the Pygmy tells us that several actors discovered multiple souls of lords. Thus, translating Dark Souls from Japanese to English can said to perform the game's own creation myth. Moving between languages splits the one into many. So in Japanese, it only refers to one soul, not multiple, but like still the implication in Japanese is that there is multiple Lord Souls. It's just not stated because plurality isn't always, often isn't stated. Look at the way its head tracks you. Man, the amygdala look incredible in this. Love how detailed they are. Especially in Yahar Ghul, it's just such an image. And you walk out and there's like 4 of them. All of them covering all these various buildings. One of them with its eyes rolling around. Just the size of them. Colossi. That's why they can fuck up. That's why they kind of fucked up the Left Behind Great Ones thing when it's just Ebrietis. It's they fucked up the plural. Yeah, like they mention in the article as well. Like they won't always have all the required context, and it can be a bit of it can be a bit tricky at times. Like they won't know if a character is like outside the building that they're talking about, or if they're, you know, far away. Sometimes they won't know if it's a man or woman. But it also seems like there's a lot of communication between Miyazaki and the translators, which is good. All right. So, to gain access to the Hunter's Dream, the Hunter's Nightmare, rather, we have to use this key item. When you buy the DLC for the game, this is the item you unlock. The Eye of a Blood-Drunk Hunter. The Eye of a Blood-Drunk Hunter. Its pupil is collapsed and turned to mush, indicating the onset of the Scourge of Beasts. A hunter who goes drunk with blood is said to be taken by the nightmare, destined to wander forever, engaged in an endless hunt. It is a fate that no hunter can escape. And to get taken to the Hunter's Nightmare, we need to get grabbed by this amygdala and transported.
Cursed Taphims, their children too. And their children forever true.
Here we go. So I always interpreted that as being Kaz, that is supposed to be Kaz's voice. And I think that is the general consensus for that as well. Ties in with what we find out about later on in the fishing hamlet. That's the only time we ever hear that woman's voice. It's not Maria. Maria sounds like the doll. Maria has the same voice as the doll. And that's definitely not the doll. And the dialogue is very similar to the fishing hamlet priest who wishes a curse upon all the hunters. Wishes that Kaz casts a curse. And then I think there we're hearing Kaz's curse. I think that's what's supposed to be going on there. It's one of the women who have muffled dialogue in the hamlet houses. That dialogue will probably be new to you because it's almost impossible to hear in the game itself. So it's just supposed to be another of the fishing hamlet residents. I guess that would make sense. I guess just given how it's presented in such a dramatic fashion, you wouldn't think it's just a random citizen, you know? But that still would also make sense given that it's someone wishing for a curse. You know, it's very similar to the priest's dialogue. So that does make sense. It's because the hamlet residents themselves were the ones to curse the hunters. Right. Yeah, I don't think it's supposed to be Amygdala. The voice, I mean. But yeah, that does make sense that if it was one of the fishing hamlet residents. So it does seem that it was the residents themselves that cast the curse, not Kaz. I mean, that would also make sense given that Kaz was dead. But I thought maybe it was some kind of, like, curse that was projected after death, you know, from within the nightmare. Kaz caused the curse, like, beyond the grave or something like that. Amygdala is referred to as a lord anyway. Well, the one in the Nightmare Frontier is referred to as a lord. Who knows if they're all lords? Maybe they are. Maybe they're all supposed to be men. That one in the Nightmare Frontier looks different as well. It doesn't have the big tail, does it? Or there's some, like, distinct differences between that Amygdala and the other one. Same with the statue in the Nightmare of Mensis of the Amygdala. It looks different. And here we get this thing. Is it a sun? Is it a moon? Is it a curse? Kind of looks like a clock with the holes. Really reminds me of how the clock towers look. The clock dial being a big image in this DLC as well, you know, when we get to Maria. Yeah, it might be reminiscent of how the blood gems look as well in a way. It's a crazy looking thing with all that smoke surrounding it. Weird design. So here we are, the Hunter's Nightmare, where hunters end up when drunk with blood to wander forever. It's like hell. Frenzied cold blood. We see this kind of structure as well in the Nightmare Frontier. The sky is like the Nightmare Frontier. All this stuff here, these big roots or whatever they're supposed to be. It's kind of like the Nightmare realms are colliding. Anything else in here? Cool, man. This is what the DLC promotional material says about it. A world drenched in blood, lit by a possessed moon. Its light shows familiar buildings half swallowed by sludge, leaning over, distorted. It is here that the hunters of old, riddled by nightmares, endlessly pursue beasts. A world drenched in blood, lit by a possessed moon. And it's like directly associated with the orphan as well, right? Because when we kill, or rather, yeah, directly associated with the orphan. Because once we kill the orphan, it disappears completely. It's like associated with the curse, it feels like. The curse that was cast on the hunters. Lit by a possessed moon. Classic. So here we have all the old hunters with all their old weapons, which we see for the first time. Oh! Yeah, they're crazy screams. Yeah. Another one up there. What's that weapon called again? The Beast Cutter. Old Hunter Cap. Old Hunter Cap with a wide brim that hides their sharp gaze. In the old days, when hunters were 10 a penny, this was part of their standard garb. Yeah, they have crazy looking eyes as well. We'll try and get a better look at them. Achilles, what's up? Nick with the 9 as well, thank you. I'll check that in a sec, cool man. Oh yeah, the poor beasts here. They don't attack you at all. There are so many hunters killing so many beasts here that they've given up completely. Six blood vials. Oh man. Oh, they'll attack me. Oh yeah, this lunatic. Oh shit, there's another one. They haven't given up completely. Oh no. Monsters. We really are the real beasts. That idea really gets communicated well here. The sounds are great. Don't read it, you'll fix the typos. Okay. Okay. You could translate it as mud or sludge or whatever. Translating what? Sekiro refers to it simply as sediment. It's like when water stops flowing, all the dirt and filth sinks to the bottom and eventually forms a corrupted sediment. Are you talking about the moon, the possessed moon? All the dirt and filth sinks to the bottom and eventually forms a corrupted sediment. This place is stuck in time. So it's now sunk in this dirty, impure sludge. Right, right. Sandwich hammock. With the 5-pack. Thank you very much. Cheers for the generosity. Enjoy your free subs, whoever got one. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed the stream. Cheers. Let's see. This place is stuck in time, so it's now sunk in this dirty, impure sludge. It's the same concept as blood dregs or human dregs. Dregs sink to the bottom and form a mucky sediment. That's why the ringed city has all this mud in it, or why Aldrich turns into sludge. Okay. The nightmares do seem to exist on top of one another, yeah. Here they seem to exist in layers. Like we can look up at the Nightmare of Mensis when we're in the Nightmare Frontier. An enemy from the fishing hamlet drops right down onto this place later from the sky. It falls down as if it's falling from the fishing hamlet, which is right up above us. And when we're in the fishing hamlet and look under the water, we can see the Yarnum skyline. If you look under the water, you can see the tops of all these buildings. You can see all this architecture. You can see all these roofs. And when you're in the Nightmare Frontier and you look down, you can see the fishing hamlet's ships. Or that's how most people interpret that anyway. That you can look down at the hamlet there, which I guess would make sense. But yeah, I always thought this part of the game felt very Silent Hill-esque. Where we're kind of in this memory land, you know, a place born from people's experiences in a way. It's not exactly the same, but it has some of those similarities. Hello, these dogs. I never did play Outer Wilds, no. I think that stuff that looks kind of half like this stuff here, they kind of look like big tree roots or something. Stony flowing lava. That's supposed to be like the mud that the nightmare is half swallowed by. That would make sense, because this is like the material that seems to be like overflowing here, like swallowing things up. Does look like this is the stuff that's like reaching into this place and corrupting it, swallowing it. Should have made sure I knew where the gun was before stepping onto that. Yeah, I don't know, they look like roots. They look like giant roots. Hello. Maybe I'll go back up and around. Oh, Jesus! There you are. Hello. Jesus Christ, okay. Hey, another thing that I was thinking of. Wah! Another thing that I was thinking of when it comes to Lawrence. I was thinking maybe the idea of Lawrence being the bloodletting beast and the cleric beast could maybe both still work. Because we're in the nightmare realm here, right? Could Lawrence could have died as the bloodletting beast and went on to live as a cleric beast in the nightmare. Like, I think there's room for that to be an interpretation, right? Because Lawrence died a long time ago. But he still lives within the nightmare. You know? It's like he died and he went to hell. To burn eternally. As a cleric beast. As the symbol of the game, almost. You know? That the cleric beast is like the iconic beast image of the game. So maybe you could tie that into to the interpretation as well. Oh. Oh, you bitch. The red eyes on this guy. Right, let's retreat a bit here. Step on the thing. Step on the thing. Really fishing for the parry here. There we go. Oh, he's a beefy one. Give me those blood vials. Oh, and the vermin? Did I not change my thing? Can you still get vermin even when you don't have the rune equipped? I thought you had to have the rune equipped. There are 3 places you get vermin without the rune in the DLC. I imagine it's to complete the quest easily. You think they're sacrificing the lore for gameplay here? Because I don't think we should be able to see it, right? Is this just something we're supposed to overlook? That's cool, though, because I wanted to get some vermin. Root of man's impurity, writhes in filth. A centipede-like creature discovered on successful hunts by League hunters. Vermin found hidden within filth are only seen by League confederates and are the root of man's impurity. The League has assumed the task of finding and crushing all vermin. Perhaps there is some mercy in the madness. Those who wish to see vermin can, and those who choose to are provided with boundless purpose. Wow, yeah, I forgot about this description and the implications, whether it's actually there or not, or how insight is affecting reality and, or, you know, all that. I guess that doesn't really have anything to do with insight either, but yeah. I really like this design as well. That is nasty looking. That little pool of blood. Oh my god. Yeah, you need to take the oath to see it. Another thing about these nightmare realms. How are they created? Dave was talking about this yesterday, and he was talking about one description that I think I forgot about that, like, describes Loran being swallowed by the nightmare or something like that. Where, like, I always saw it as, like, I didn't think physical places actually got consumed by the nightmare. I didn't think physical places transported to the nightmare. I always thought the nightmare realms just kind of manifested these recreations of them. Of these places. You know, like when we're in the Nightmare Frontier, that we're not actually in Loran. We're in, like, a representation of it, you know? Like a manifestation. But I think maybe that might not be the case, that maybe the physical land of Loran was, like, swept away by the nightmare. I'm not really sure how we're supposed to interpret all that. It's obviously all very abstract anyway. Beast Cutter. Let's take a look. A trick weapon wielded by the old hunters. This thick iron cleaver slices through the toughest of beast hides, and when transformed, the blade splits into sections, allowing one to lash it in the fashion of a heavy whip. This crude weapon relies on brute force and is regrettably inelegant, suggesting that the hunts of the earliest hunters made for horrific affairs, painted in sanguine blacks and reds. What a fucking description. And really ties in with what we're seeing here, you know? All these hunters going crazy, killing all these beasts. You know, it's like we're being transported back to the old days. We're getting to see what the hunts were like in a way. We're back in time in some twisted form. Some twisted representation of the past and what happened. That isn't exactly accurate, but gives us an impression of what it was like. You're in a memory. That's how it's usually played, and that really goes in line with all the Souls games and how DLC is usually handled. Right, we're usually in the past in some form, or like even an area like Hirata Estate in Sekiro. But it's also a little bit different here because it's kind of like this hellish purgatory where people become trapped, where they get transported to the blood-drunk hunters, or someone like Lawrence. You know, because Lawrence actually died, right? But he's still here in another reality. And I'm assuming Lawrence had to die in order... did Lawrence exist here and also in reality at the same time? I don't know. You would think he died and then got transported here. Dream and memory are synonymous because humans are obsessed with the past due to their regret. Yeah, I think the living can get sucked into the nightmare. Blood-drunk hunters get pulled into the nightmare when they become too addled with blood. That's what the eye says, isn't it? A hunter who goes drunk with blood is said to be taken by the nightmare, destined to wander forever, engaged in an endless hunt. It is a fate that no hunter can escape. Simon and Brado don't look like they got in here by getting drunk with blood. Neither is Maria, I think. Yeah, but it does say that it's something that no hunter can escape, apparently. They're all fated to end up here. Let's take a look down here. Vicious. I remember that being another item of clothing, some kind of hat or something. Trousers, I think, actually. If I remember correctly. Yeah. Old hunter trousers that protected countless hunters from the beasts in an older age. A widespread belief of the period was that beast blood crept up the right leg, and this led to the double-wrapped belt. Really cool. Remember at the beginning of the playthrough when I noticed the hunters on the streets shaking their right leg? It's a little subtle little animation you'll see them do if you just watch and observe them. Every now and then they'll stop and they'll start shaking their right leg. We cool? Old hunter garb. One day, the hunters disappeared, and Yarnamites began to whisper of the hunter's sin. Drunk with blood, chasing after beasts they would pass on to the nightmare. Every last one of them. Scary. Scary times in Yarnam. We're not open today. Fuck off. Whoa, that's cool. Load of blood vials. That's a grab attack, that one with their tentacles. They can suck you up. So cool, this image. Oh, the sound here as well. Is that him snoring, sleeping? It's like this very sort of slight breathing sound with heavy echo. It's like very subtle though. You can barely hear it. It's not constant. The sound of the fire as well. Eye pendant. An eye pendant which unlocks the surgery altar. There are two cathedrals in the hunter's dream. One lies past the river of blood, and another contains the private research hall of the healing church. By the way, is that a typo when it says hunter's dream? Or are they just being kind of cheeky? This is the hunter's nightmare. Here they're referring to it as the hunter's dream. But the hunter's dream in itself is kind of also depicted as a nightmare in some weird sense as well, you know? And you kill the moon presence and it says nightmare slain, but you're in the hunter's dream. Like, dreams and nightmares are kind of synonymous with one another. It is a typo? Okay. I thought maybe they were just like being a bit cheeky with the description here, referring to this place as a dream and a nightmare. Only chosen members of the healing church or their lamentable patients can enter the research hall using this eye. Grant eyes to the surgery altar skull. Okay, we'll talk more about this later, I'm sure, when we get to that surgery altar. So cool. Night Tackle, hello. What was Amelia's pendant used for anyway? Well, inside the pendant was a blood gem that hunters of the church used for hunting beasts. I forget what the description of the pendant was itself, because you crack the pendant open, which reveals the gem, and then the gem has a different description. I forget what the description of the pendant was, though. Those clouds, man. If I remember correctly, it actually does say nightmare when it says bad dream. Check in a minute. I think Gehrman does call the hunter's dream a nightmare a bit more overtly in Japanese. Yeah, like there's that message at the back of the hunter's dream, which I always really liked. How it says, how it refers to it as a terrible hunter's dream. And a terrible dream is usually a nightmare. I think people often refer to nightmares as bad dreams, you know? God, I had a fucking awful dream last night. A terrible dream. One of the iconic images of the game right here. There's the other Grand Cathedral. So sick. That's where we're headed. That's the other Grand Cathedral that was mentioned in the description of the eye pendant. Outside of the nightmare, there's only one. But here we have a mirror image of this same Grand Cathedral. There are two cathedrals in the hunter's dream or nightmare, past the river of blood. And there's the river of blood all the way down there. Whoa! Oh yeah, the amygdala there as well. How do we go about this again? Whoa! More imagery from the Nightmare Frontier here as well. These fleshy gravestones. Those stormy sounds. Truly hellish in this place. Apocalyptic. The river of blood. Ho! The hunter's mark I meant to bring that up earlier. Yeah, like what does give us the hunter's mark? When does the hunter's mark get lodged in our heads? Is that the blood ministration? The messengers would be another one, yeah, when the messengers crawl all over you, maybe they're responsible for it. I see you found yourself a hunter. You know, as if they created us, as if the messengers are responsible. Fucking assholes. The trouble those messengers caused us. They're not cute. They're monsters. Come on. I love how he loves his jumping attack, this guy. Hello. Oh yeah, these things. The powder kegs used these, didn't they? This is one of their creations. Bless their hearts. When it comes to the hunter's dream itself, I always got the impression that it was created by the moon presence, or that the great ones had the ability to create these realms. That maybe it's they who are responsible for creating all these nightmare realms or dream realms. You know, when it says that what's the description? It's in the umbilical cord description here. The third umbilical cord precipitated the encounter with the pale moon, which beckoned the hunters and conceived of the hunter's dream. Or conceived the hunter's dream. That's a lot to chew on. The third umbilical cord allowed for the encounter with the pale moon, which then beckoned the hunters. And conceived the hunter's dream. That's a lot to digest. Are the Great Ones against each other? I don't think so. I don't think we ever hear about Great Ones in confrontation with one another, do we? If they are, I don't think it's really a part of the story. I guess it would make sense if they were like fighting for surrogate children or whatever. But I don't think it's a part of the story. Delayed Molotov. A special hunter tool crafted by the old Otto workshop. These Molotovs wedge into the ground when thrown and explode on a timed delay. A shame that such a complex gadget must be sacrificed with each use of this inefficient hunter tool. Nevertheless, delayed Molotovs are cherished by the minority of hunters who prefer the trixier kill. This creation is one of the earliest known roots of the powder kegs. Cool. So yeah, we're back in this building, which you might remember from Central Yarnum, except it's all toppled over. It's on its edge. It's leaning over. Very similar enemy placements. Here's the guy in his wheelchair, except I even got caught by it. That's such a cool trap, playing with your expectations of this area from the base game. And a boom hammer. Appropriately, we get a boom hammer here as well. A trick weapon used by the old hunters and crafted by the workshop heretics, the powder kegs. A giant hammer equipped with a miniature furnace. When ignited and fired, it emits a volley of flame that explodes furiously upon impact. Crush the beasts, then burn them. The brute simplicity of the boom hammer was favored by hunters with an acute distaste for beasts. Certainly looks like it with how the boom hammer users use it here. They look like real bastards. That weird sound here, like chimes. Like some kind of bell. Some faint bell. Beast blood pellets. I remember who we fight here. Hello. Oh! Ah! Fuck! Whoa, that other voice sounded like it was coming from over there. Fucks. I'm paying too much respect. Oh! Nope. Just a random jump. Wow, he didn't do anything there. And we get a blood drake. Firing hammer badge. Right, we get a badge from this guy. More shop items. Badge crafted by the Auto Workshop, precursor to the workshop of the heretical powder kegs. The powder kegs were driven by singular ideas and crafted strange weapons of great intricacy. It is clear that the philosophy of the powder kegs was already established at this time. And we got a drag. The vile bloods of Canehurst, bloodlusting hunters, see these frightful things in cold blood. They often appear in the blood of echo fiends, that is to say, the blood hunters, the blood of hunters. Queen Annalise partakes in these Bloodregg offerings, so that she may one day bear the child of blood, the next vile blood heir. I like that. They often appear in the blood of echo fiends. That is to say, the blood of hunters, as if that's what the vile bloods referred to hunters as. That was like a term they used, the echo fiends. Interesting. I love that this guy's in the same place as Gilbert in real world, who turns into a beast as well and gives us the flamethrower. Yeah, it really does remind me of Gilbert. Whether they're trying to consciously call back to Gilbert with this guy or not, I'm not sure. But yeah, it does remind me of Gilbert for sure. Dave, how's it going? I thought about steering clear to stay maximum fresh, but couldn't resist a peek. How's it going, Dave? Are you going to play more today, or are you going to finish everything off tomorrow, or what's the plan? I'm assuming you're going to do more today as well. I really like blood dregs because it's the perfect item to show the ambiguity of the blood. This is food and it's sex. It's like the idea of bodily vice. And the literal representation of what it is isn't totally solid. Right. That echo fiends phrase is really interesting. Like focusing on the idea of an echo, of them being echoes. That being that they are the blood of another hunter. Echoes from the past, another hunter that once was. Fiends for the blood of past hunters. You know, as if that's especially relevant in some way. Let me take another look up here. Old Hunter Top Hat. Old Hunter Top Hat, warped by bloodstains. In the old days, when hunters were 10 a penny, this was part of their standard garb. Yeah, very similar to the other, the cap description. Reminds me of that Cold Blood Jew description about imbibing blood with thoughts of reverence for their victims. Yeah, I thought Cool Man's comments about that were interesting as well, like how it ties into the whole inheritance theme that you see a lot in these games. You know, inheriting the power of your victims or of your brethren. So it's very overt in Sekiro with the memories, like literally being powered by the memories of the bosses that you encounter and all that. I love all the excellent use of colloquialisms in the English. Yeah, I was on about that the other day as well. They really nailed the colloquialisms. It really feels like you're in a certain time. The old Londoner English, with how all the Arnhemites speak. They really nail all that language. Especially. The bigoted old man is especially great. 10 a penny and stuff like that. Yeah, yeah. Oh, God. We're gonna deal with these guys later. God, I fucking hate those things. Visceral anger. Visceral anger do I feel when those things whack me. Oh my God. Who's following me down here? He's gonna stay back because he's a sniper. You know what's interesting about these guys as well? They're very reminiscent of the old Yharnam beasts with their coverings over their heads. I wonder, is that what they're going for here? This is these guys before they transformed? I'm sure I've noticed that before, but it's been a while since I played. Especially having seen those other old Yharnam beasts at the start of this area. And it seems like a lot of people turn into... A lot of regular Yharnamites might turn into that particular type of beast. Or that it's one of the earlier stages of beasthood or something. Did I ever look into the bad translation DS3 mod? I saw some people playing it. Yeah, it was funny. But I haven't touched it myself or anything, but I have seen it, yeah. This river of blood. So cool. Alright. Welcome to the Hunter's Nightmare, where hunters end up when drunk with blood. Haven't heard that dialogue for like 3 years. It's burned into my brain though. You've seen them before. Aimless, wandering hunters, slavering like beasts. He can do it better than me though.
You're a hunter with your sanity, aren't you? Must have taken a wrong turn then, eh? Well, we're more alike than you think. This is the hunter's nightmare, where hunters end up when drunk with blood. You've seen them before. Aimless, wandering hunters slavering like beasts. This is what the poor fools have to look forward to. So, don't be brash. Turn back before it's too late. Unless you've something of an interest in nightmares.
Nightmares are fascinating. I've no interest. I love this. The game is like self-awarely playing up to the mystery of it all. Really teasing the lore fanatics. Fuck yeah, I'm all about the nightmares. Give me more.
Oh yes, I see. You sense a secret within the nightmare, and cannot bear to leave it be. As if the spirit of Bergenworth lives on within you. Such inquisitive hunters will relish the nightmare. But beware. Secrets are secrets for a reason, and some do not wish to see them uncovered. Especially when the secrets are particularly unseemly.
So good. All that sibilance.
Beware. Secrets are secrets for a reason, and some do not wish to be discovered, especially when the secrets are particularly unseemly.
Particularly unseemly. Slavering like beasts. Now this is pretty edgy. Speaking of edge the other day. Come on, man. What's with this pose? Really trying to be cool, Simon is. He can get away with it though, you know. He has a bit of swag to him. He has a nice way with words. He can get away with it. Let me see here. Frenzied cold blood. I'm gonna go back to the Hunter's Dream just for a refill. He just has a headache, or he's face palming. Face palming at this horrible state of affairs. Our insight is looking pretty high. 82. We haven't looked at the inside shop in a while as well. Anything new? Nope. Doesn't look like it. We can buy chunks now. Very pricey. 20 insight. Also, Bad Humans. How's it going? Let me just scroll up here as well and see what I've been missing. I sound like Vincent Price. Cool man, what do you want about here? The connection might seem a little unlikely, but blue elixir complements why Annalise eats hunters instead of other kinds of people really well. Hunters are full of this tremendous will to live because they take it from the people they hunt. So much so that you can't even anesthetize them with drugs. Annalise wants that energy because it's the essence of living things that she can recycle into her pregnancy. That is a lot to chew on, cool man. I can't even begin to think about that right now. But interesting, for sure. I never really spent much time thinking about the Vile Bloods in this game. Back in the day. I know you put a lot of thought into the Vile Bloods. That was one part of the game that I never really delved into too much. So it's especially confusing for me to think about right now. Let's see.
Welcome home, good hunter. What is it you desire? Very well. Let the echoes become your strength. Let me stand close. Now shut your eyes.
I really liked that idea you had about the numbing mist, cool man. That the reason you can't heal is because you can't feel. You don't know that you've been hurt. That the pain is numbed. From Blade of the Immortal as well. Yeah, I thought that sounded like it. You might have been on point there. Maybe that is where they got it from. And it just sounds like it makes sense, you know? Like you're numbing the pain that you're about to inflict. Obviously, it doesn't translate completely gameplay-wise to us, the players, when we're, like, literally looking at our health bars. But, yeah, really cool. These untidy numbers. Yeah, I know. Look at them. They were really tidy a while back, though. They were very nice. I kind of regret putting so many points into Vitality. But yeah, that's the way it is. I'm thinking about using the Chikage like you, Dave.
Farewell, may.
But I need a few more blood tinge points. Maybe I'll go for something else. I don't know. I kind of want to switch it up, not use the cane for the whole game. Sounded so edgy when you said it like that. I can't heal because you can't feel. Okay, where am I going? Oh yeah, up to the grave. How am I looking on blood vials? Nice. Close. I'm not sure if I looked up here. Constable's gloves. Yes, Walter. Once upon a time, a troop of foreign constables chased a beast all the way to Yarnum. And this is what they wore. The constables became victims of the beast, except for one survivor, who in turn devoured the creature whole, all by himself. This fable is a favorite among Yarnumites, who are partial to any stories of pompous, intolerant foreigners who suffer for their ignorance. It makes the blood taste that much sweeter. Well, that's the description. So this is referring to Walter, the Beast Eater. But there is the implication here that that may not be the truth. Although I think he probably did eat that beast. I don't know. I think you might have missed this part of it, but in the manga they can't anesthetize the immortal protagonist, Manji, and his wound only remains numbed for 10 seconds before he can feel it, and he begins to heal. The way it's explained is like what makes him special is that he has a very strong purpose. Okay. So I wonder, what do you think? Did he eat this beast? He probably ate the beast, but not whole. What is the truth here? You know, obviously the way it's referred to as a fable, favored among Yarnumites who are partial to any stories. Totally fats get it down, yeah. Which beast was it? Sounds like someone special. Really, I don't really get that impression that it must have been a very special beast. You know, like a character or something. I just figured it was just a big beast. Okay, let's venture down the river of blood. Fuck this area and the cave down there with that enemy. Oh god. Oh yeah, there's a blood-starved beast down in that cave as well. Just remembered. Oh Christ. Yeah, one at a time, please. Oh yeah, they have this new attack here as well. Come on. The gunner, yeah, and there's then the little rock that you can move around. Come on. No! Oh! Okay, well played. I can respect that. Come here. Come here. Ooh. Soaked. Absolutely drenched in blood. Oh, are you gonna lure me? Oh. Give me a chunk. Give me a nice big chunk. Nice. Oh, God. I forget how to approach this. Wah! Gotta use this rock as cover. Let's take out a light source here as well. Oh no. Hope. Oh, God. What a load of shit. Oh. Okay, okay, okay. You better not have another heal. Nice. Should have been going for the viscerals earlier as well. Oh. Yeah, fuck that encounter. Gatling gun. At least we get his gun for our troubles. This is a highly customized, portable version of the stationary Gatling gun operated by the old hunter Jorah in Old Yarnum. It was the weapon of choice of the youngest of Jorah's 3 companions. The Gatling gun boasts exceptional rapid-firing functionality, but is considered a cumbersome weapon due to its excessive weight and insatiable consumption of quicksilver bullets. Interesting. So I guess this guy was the youngest of Jorah's 3 companions. Makes sense that he's here as well, in an area where there's a blood-starved beast. Almost implying he's here protecting the blood-starved beast. You know, just like Jorah was watching over Old Yarnum, protecting the beasts. The blood-starved beast being the beast that you fight at the end of that area. It's like we're in another form of Old Yarnum here. With one of Jorah's helpers helping the beasts. Oh yeah, and look, and the other Old Yarnum beasts here as well. Not just the blood-starved beast, but these guys. Oh. Yeah, it's like we're back in Old Yarnum again. Ooh. Yeah, here's the main event. Oh, that blood. It looks different down here. With the light, murky, mushy blood. Oh! This was unexpected, playing the DLC for the first time. Yeah, you don't really expect to find another blood-starved beast down here. Although I guess if you're reading the descriptions and seeing the parallels to Old Yarnum, it might not be so surprising when you do see one. Amygdalan arm. We find this down here as well. The arm of a small amygdala great one. Strictly speaking, the amygdalan arm is no trick weapon of any sort, but certain madmen wield them like clubs. Like Madman Waller earlier on when we were doing the Chalice Dungeon. He carries one of these. Starts as a large, tough, blunt weapon formed of bone. But when extended, the hand quivers as if it were still alive. Absolutely cruel not to give us any more information on the amygdala in this description. The game really doesn't want us to have any concrete info on what they are exactly. Everything has to be inferred. None of these bodies move. We see groups of bodies like this later on, but there will actually be... they'll be living, some of them. But none of these guys are living. None of them are moving at all. It's just his arm, and nothing much to infer there. Well, I'm talking about the amygdala as a whole, not inferring just from that description. I'm just talking about the amygdala in the game as a whole, and how there's barely any info on what they are, and that we just have to infer off all the little pieces that we see of them, you know, where they appear, their name, and just anything we can off how they're presented to us in all their various contexts. Maybe there's something you could infer off the arm, though. I don't know. From the description, it doesn't seem like there's much we can really interpret off that. It's fairly straightforward. I get the feeling they wanted their strongest design to be the most commonplace, but also the least explained, perhaps. The amygdala design really is fantastic. Especially in Yahar'gul, when you just how they're used, how they're hanging off all those buildings. The way they track you. Okay, what do we have here? Yeah, I guess we'll finish the job here. Let's kill all of them. Come on. So hard to consistently avoid them. Those hits. Oh no! We need to repair this weapon. Their little tongue? I think their tongues are a little more than little. Nasty, man. With their Sephiroth hair as well. Oh! I knew that was coming. Still got hit by it. Four of them here. Oh my god, yeah, I remember this. There's something interesting. Some kind of throwing knives. Some kind of new throwing knives in that little corner. Hey! Come here. Come here. Love how I'm just completely covered in blood now. There's not a part of me that isn't. Yes? Would you like to come here? Yeah, further. I think I'm just gonna grab the item and get out. Oh, it's the constable's trousers. Okay. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, okay, let's go back to the dream. Refresh. Get some more vials. Let's look at those pants as well. I don't think they give us anything new, any new information, but maybe? Yeah, it's the same. Hey, Philosophy, how's it going? Good to see you. I saw you lurking in the chat the other day as well. What's up, man? Playing the old classic right here. How are we looking on vials? 84 stored. Perfect.
Welcome. Very well.
Go for some more blood tinge.
Farewell, good.
I'm assuming you'll be playing Elden Ring in a couple of days, B. I'll be keen to get your thoughts. I'll be keen for the discussions when you're done with it. Yeah, we take a shower automatically when we go back to the dream. So I had my shower. I forgot to repair my weapon. Back we go. How many hours? Oh, I have no idea. I mean, from games can vary drastically, you know? Be hard to, not sure what the average time would be, you know? These games often have lots of optional areas. Like, huge areas that you can miss on a first playthrough. And some players will obviously struggle more than others. One player might beat a boss in 15 minutes, another player might be on that same boss for a couple of hours. Who knows? Okay. Repair. Ooh, Ludwig coming up. Mouth watering. Right, cool man, as well with the open world element. As well. $12 to beat ONS, yeah. I think Orphan of Cause level 4 was the worst for me. That was definitely over 12 hours. On my first playthroughs, I don't know, Lawrence might have been... Lawrence would have been over 5 hours, I think, on my first playthrough of the DLC. Orphan of Cause would have been a good few hours as well. Ludwig took me, I think, around 3 hours on my first playthrough. I think that was like, I think I was on NG plus 2 or 3. Hey, what's up, Corsair? Living Failures BL4. Fucking, the Orphan of Cause BL4 was miserable. You know, should have just learned the fight on lower difficulties first. You know, if I just learned his patterns on new game, it wouldn't have been nearly as bad, you know? But when you're learning on level 4, you have to pay such a price to take a hit, you know? You can't just keep practicing the same attacks again and again without dying and having to go back. It's kind of stupid, really. Kind of a stupid fucking challenge to be doing. As well, if you have to learn fights, you know? Silly behavior. Where am I going? I remember some nasty shit going on here. Yeah, there's another hunter there. Hello. Listo, you're gonna become the cool man of Sekiro? I look forward to it. Yeah, here we see the bodies that actually move. Love this little touch. They only move when we get close as well. Like, I think these ones might move as well if we approach them. Maybe it's just the bodies on that side. Yeah, some of them are moving over here. You've seen some hardcore lore deep dives from Japanese players about Sekiro, yeah? We'll have to get some translations. Jesus! Oh, biatch! This guy calls you a biatch. Ooh! Come on. Come on. The way the camera pulls back here is weird. Ooh. And vermin. And the scythe. a trick weapon used by the old hunters. A second blade is found inside the curve of the main one. In its initial form, the scythe can be wielded like a long curved sword, but when transformed, its blade is contracted, allowing for quick, repeated stabs. Although this trick weapon allows for adaptive combat, it was later replaced by saws and similar weapons that were more effective at disposing beasts. Makes sense because it is very much shaped like the saw spears and the whatchamacallit, the other one. Okay, nothing else here. Back around. Bananas, what's up? We're getting closer. More of these guys. Oh yeah, with their cannons. Christ. This area, the old Yarnum chapel. The little chapel that leads down into Old Yarnum. Except not in the nightmare. Hope. Oh yes, look at that. You don't fool me. Oh! Virtus, hey, I'm glad you like the Hitman streams. I'll probably be coming back to that as well. Cheers, man. It's a lot of fun playing it. Dog, I don't think I told you, the PS5 now displays how many hours you have in PS4 games. Thought I had 3,000 hours in Bloodborne. Turns out I have over 5,000. Wow. I wonder how many I have. Like, you can look at all your characters and the hours beside those characters as well, can't you? But I guess maybe you deleted characters as well and those ones wouldn't show up. I'll have to see what my hours are like. I doubt mine come close to yours, B. I know you played a lot of online as well, didn't you? I know you used to do invasions and stuff quite a bit. I never really delved into that. But I did play the game a lot. Did a lot of big story playthroughs. You know, I must have like 15 or so playthroughs in total. Oh yeah, here it comes. What is that just fell from the sky? This is such a cool detail. Hello there, what are you? Well, what is it? We'll see later on. The Nightmare Realms exist in layers. This creature dropped from another place up above. I don't think this has anything to do with Maria. But we'll see these creatures later on in the fishing hamlet. I think they're just supposed to be residents of the fishing hamlet that transformed. The Whirligig Saw. One of my favorite weapons. It's a bit of a fan favorite as well, I think, this amazing weapon. A trick weapon crafted by the workshop heretics, the Powder Kegs. And weapon of choice for the old hunter Valter, the Beast Eater. This weapon pummels beasts in its mace form, but its true strength lies in its attached mechanical saws. These discs, lined with serrated teeth, spin rapidly, thrashing the flesh of beasts into fine shreds. Virtus with the 5-pack as well. Thank you. Cheers. Enjoy, whoever was lucky enough to get a free sub. Oh hey, I need to thank someone as well. Oh wait, no, I don't think I do. Wait a second, what the fuck is going on here? Sandwich Hammock with the 5-pack earlier. Nick, okay, I thought I missed a donation, but I didn't. Okay, I think it's... oh, I can't climb back up here. Okay, I think it's time. Or we're getting close. It's almost time for Ludwig. These growths here, very much like the Nightmare of Mensis. All these skulls. Pizza cutter was easy mode for you. It's a really good weapon. Yeah, I'm just remembering the L2. This one doesn't have... Does this one have an L2 transformed like that? No, of course it doesn't. Only the two-handed weapons do. Jesus. Never connected the two before, but it's the same generic representation of a curse I was talking about. Yeah, like the big collection of skulls. How they tend to be curses. The sounds out of these guys. Okay. Whoa! Go on, do your big thing again. Oh, should have got it there. The butcher sets. This always feels like a set that you... I always think this is a set you find in the main game. I guess because it's so similar to the Graveguard set. Mask of the Madaris twins, denizens of the Forbidden Woods, likely belonging to the older of the two. The twins grew up in silent kinship with a poisonous snake. Eventually, they learned human ways and became hunters. When they discovered vermin, even their beloved snake. When they discovered vermin, even in their beloved snake, the younger brother is said to have murdered the older. Garb of the Madaris twins, likely belonging to the older of the two. Both the twins became hunters and brought back and dissected their beast prey in order to support the villagers in their forbidden research. Supporting those white church doctors. Right, yeah. Another thing that indicates the white church guys are doing research shit in the woods, yeah. Interesting that they're referred to as villagers. You know, villagers doing their forbidden research. Not like the church doctors. The word villagers kind of implies what we see there as well, you know? We see regular ass looking villagers, but they're all wearing white church gear. That's kind of interesting. You know, as if it is just supposed to be the just normal villagers there doing their forbidden research. That's interesting. Spaghetti with the tier 1 sub as well. Thank you. Cheers. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. Thank you. Hey, I'm glad. Okay. It's called a settlement in the bestiary. I think it might be like they actually lived there because they were chased out of Yarnum. Yeah, like that's the vibe you get. You know, they have all those shacks set up. Hence why Yusefka has to sneak back in. Yeah. It's just weird to have like regular looking villagers wearing all those, you know, that gear. But I guess they've transformed as well, you know? I guess that's what we're seeing, like white church doctors, but they've already turned, but they've all turned into beasts. Similarly to the regular Yarnamites. I guess it's just that they come across like normal citizens, you know? Like the same kind. The witches that they put here. Oh yeah, I just remembered. This is such a cool detail. There's this one guy. Let me in. What does he expect? You know, even if he gets through this gate, he's not gonna find much other than scary monsters that are gonna kill him. But this guy drops 5 blood vials every time you kill him. He's put here because the next boss is tough. And you might die a lot. So this is the game being generous. It gives you 5 free blood vials with every attempt of the boss. Because you can kill this guy every single time. Every time you come up to the boss. Yeah, they're being generous there, man. 5 free vials every attempt. Oh yeah, another crazy thing about this fight. See that guy over there? See that little skeleton, that bloody skeleton that's moving? It's possible for him to stay alive throughout this next fight. And if he does, you can talk to him after the fight. But it's very hard to make happen. The boss will usually kill him. Ludwig will usually kill him at some point in the fight. But if miraculously he survives, you can talk to him. But all he does is laugh. Which I loved. So hard to keep him alive. But when you get the chance to talk to him, he just laughs. Alright, it's time.
Please. Help us. Silent beast. The great terror looms. Have mercy upon us.
Here we go. Oh, it's been a long time. Oh, it's still burned into my brain though, a lot of this. Like riding a bike. Oh, yeah. I forget how I dealt with that attack. He's dead. See? Oh, no. Oh! Whoop! Oh, yeah, there's the big one. Whoop! Ooh! Oh boy.
You were at my side all along. My true mentor, my guiding moonlight.
Here we go. Woo! Yeah. Majestic. Ooh. Yeah. Jug it. Visceral. Visceral. Whoa! Whoop! And the finisher. Ha! Oh man. Amazing. One of the greats. Truly epic. The bombast. Like a dance, like a symphony. Guidance. Oh yeah, I forgot. We can talk to him. We can talk to him. That phase transition, man. The way the music transitioned there was perfect as well. It can be a little bit... It can change with each time. It won't always transition at the same time, depending on when you trigger the second phase. It was perfect that time, though. Oh, boy. Let's take a look at the rune. Guidance. A Carol rune discovered by the old hunter Ludwig, along with the Holy Moonlight Sword. Boosts amount of life recovered by rallying. When Ludwig closed his eyes, he saw darkness, or perhaps nothingness, and that is where he discovered the tiny beings of light. Ludwig was certain that these playful dancing sprites offered guidance, and emptied Ludwig of his fears, at least in the midst of a hunt. So that was the guiding moonlight that he was referring to. Obviously, his sword is also the moonlight great sword. You just missed it, Salami. If you're literally just arriving, we just killed Ludwig. But maybe you were here for it as well.
Good hunter, have you seen the thread of light? Just a hair, a fleeting thing. Yet I clung to it, steeped as I was in the stench of blood and beasts. I never wanted to know what it really was. Really, I didn't.
Oh, the sound of him here is just great as well, before you even talk to him. That breathing. I want to see the voice actor doing that in the studio. And if we wear some church gear, I think he should have something a little bit different to say. Let's put on the black church garb.
Tell me, good hunter of the church, have you seen the light? Are my church hunters the honorable Spartans? I hoped they would be.
What do we say? Lie and let him die feeling good, or tell him the truth and let him die feeling pain? I forget which reaction I prefer here, actually. I can't remember what the differences are. Do you only get something? Does he only give you something if you say yes? I think you can kill him to take what he gives you anyway. Yeah, you can get it either way, can't you? There are a few different ways it can go down, actually. You can kill him, and that gives you his sword, I think. Or you can wait for Simon to come up to him. Simon will come up to Ludwig, and then you can talk to Simon. I can't remember if you can always talk to Simon, or if that depends on how you answer. Yes, Simon will slay him as well if you don't. He'll finish the job. I'm gonna say no. Sorry, Ludwig. I feel bad.
Oh my. Just as I feared. Then a beast-possessed degenerate was I, as my detractors made eminently clear. Does the nightmare never end?
I love his voice. Great VA. So what were the little beings of light? When he says, I never wanted to know what it was. Really, I didn't. This green light. Similar to the moonlight blade. It's interesting, the next little hallway we go through as well is covered in green light. It's a bit of a theme in the upcoming area. And I think the research hall has like a green aesthetic to it as well. Guidance is almost always associated with phantasms, and there isn't really anything else that has a presence in the story to pin it on, so I'd go with that or nothing. When Ludwig closed his eyes, he saw darkness, or perhaps nothingness. And this is where he discovered the tiny beings of light. You know what it reminds me of as well? At the bottom of the Forbidden Woods, in that strange little area with the glowing green little specks that float in the air. Probably has nothing to do with that, but it's not often we see green bits of light in this game. Might be something to think about. I think it was Redgrave who linked it to the rally sprite effect. Ooh. And when you have missing health, you have lights dancing around your character. And that the guidance rune is associated with rallying, boosts the amount of life recovered by rallying. That's interesting. It's kind of like the lights. These lights, they justified what he was doing. You know, they offered guidance and emptied Ludwig of his fears, so long as he was following the guidance of these dancing sprites. He felt like he was doing something pure or noble, you know, at least in the midst of a hunt. They emptied Ludwig of his fears, at least while he was out on the hunt, slaying beasts. Like, they kept his conscience at bay. Without fear in our hearts, we're a little different from the beasts that are themselves, yeah. Good hunter, have you seen the thread of light? Just a hair, a fleeting thing. Yet I clung to it, steeped as I was in the stench of blood and beasts. Love it. Let's go back to the dream. And then maybe when we come back here, Simon will be here. You think so, Blu-ray? I thought they just kind of looked... I thought they looked fairly plain enough. You know, just like your... I thought they looked like fairly typical skeletons. You know, what makes the messengers unique is their faces. And their gums, their revealing gums, the way that's stretched up to their nose. But maybe. Okay.
Welcome. What is it you desire? Very well.
Keep leveling that blood tinge.
Farewell, good hunter. May you find your worth in the waking world.
Oh yeah, this one is having a great time, this guy. I pointed him out earlier. He's just partying here. He's not trying to sell anything. He's just providing the vibes to the rest of them. It's these ones that are doing the hard work, you know? This guy's trying to lure in customers. This guy's holding the items. This guy's just vibing. I think the only thing that discusses the creation of the hunter's dream is the first umbilical cord, or the umbilical, I shouldn't say first, the umbilical cord that you find in the real workshop. The third umbilical cord precipitated the encounter with the pale moon, which beckoned the hunters and conceived the hunter's dream. Unless you meant that massacre created the hunter's nightmare initially. Maybe you weren't talking about the hunter's dream. Maybe you were talking about the nightmare. Because that would make sense, like if it was some like really drastic event that they committed that initially created the nightmare, that sprouted the nightmare. If all hunters are destined to end up in the nightmare, all hunters who end up drunk with blood. It must have been one big blood drinking event that led to the creation of it. Or one real massacre, you know? One big euphoric hunt. And I guess the river of blood might imply as much, you know? Like, that does imply a big massacre, right? Or like a mass killing of beasts. Underground corpse pile. This is where we fight Ludwig. Yeah, oh, it's such a cool touch as well. The arrow. This is how he killed him. That's the weapon that Simon uses. He uses a bow. He finished the job here.
Oh, he's well and truly gone now. A tragic figure. But he will shame himself no longer. He died with his ideals untarnished. He was a true hero, and earned that much at least. Here, this is Ludwig's guiding light, the blinding thread that led and misled that consummate hero, a poor brute.
Interesting. Simon sees him as a hero, genuinely. What were those ideals? Holy Moonlight Sword.
Do you know why the hunters are drawn to this nightmare? Because it sprouted from their very misdeeds. Things that some would rather keep secret. A pitiful tale of petty arrogance, really. High time someone exposed the whole charade.
Wait, no. So, I guess the implication there is that it was the murder of Cause that sprouted the nightmare, right? That's bringing back some memories. Yeah. That's what birthed it. Because he's foreshadowing what we have yet to learn. Again, the secrets. The secrets of the church.
Now, go on ahead. You seek nightmares and the secrets within, do you not?
I think that's what we just said, Sangi. That it was the killing of Cause that sprouted the nightmare. That's what we just said. I don't think Cause only exists in the nightmare. No, I think Cause existed in reality, in the fishing hamlet. And we just visit a different version of that place. You know, kind of like where we are now. You know, we're in Yarnum, but we're not really. We're in the nightmare version of it that has 2 grand cathedrals and all of that. We're visiting the past in a way when we go to the fishing hamlet.
Now, go on ahead. You seek nightmares and the...
Oh, right, I see, Sangi. I get you. I ruined your joke, sorry. Yes, Cause or Cosm. Yeah, I get it. Sorry, man. Okay, let's take a look at the Moonlight Greatsword. An arcane sword discovered long ago by Ludwig. When blue moonlight dances around the sword and it channels the abyssal cosmos, its great blade will hurl a shadowy light wave. The Holy Moonlight Sword is synonymous with Ludwig, the Holy Blade, but few have ever set eyes on the Great Blade, and whatever guidance it has to offer, it seems to be of a very private, elusive sort. I love how it's the human side of him that's staring into the blade as well, you know, when the cutscene transitions to the second phase and he stands up, you know, it's like he's regaining his old humanity. He looks into the blade, being offered guidance one last time by the sprites that used to guide him on the hunt. It's like one last hurrah. A last stand. In the cutscene, he also covers his blood-drunk eye with the sword. So only his clear eye is looking out, right? That's cool. My old mentor. If I remember correctly, the pattern on the transformed Moonlight Sword is the same pattern you see all the church shawls. Oh, is it? Yeah, that's another thing that you can see. You can see the church shawl on his back as well during the fight. As well as the sword. Like, even before the second phase, you can see the sword attached to his back, along with the church shawl. A lot of people used to debate about whether or not Ludwig was an executioner, because he wears very similar attire, but I think it's much more simple to say he was a tomb prospector, given it's almost the same set virtually, and he found the sword and rune in the tomb. How do we know he found the sword in the tomb? I didn't know any of this. The set it more closely resembles the Tomb Prospector set. Ludwig was sent down into the dungeons. I want to look at the other items related to Ludwig as well. The silver sword is a symbol of a church hunter. Ludwig was the first of many healing church hunters to come, many of whom were clerics. As it was, clerics transformed into the most hideous beasts. The radiant sword indicates the heirs to the will of Ludwig. These hunters, also known as Holy Blades, are what remains of an ancient line of heroes that date back to a very early age of honor and chivalry. A Carol rune discovered by the old hunter Ludwig along with the Holy Moonlight Greatsword. I assume he didn't find a holy artifact in Yharnam somewhere. Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess that works. The Moonlight Blade is a FromSoft staple. Yeah, it appears in pretty much all of their games. It won't always be given, like, great significance story-wise. You know, sometimes it will. Sometimes it'll have a bit of lore tied to it. It gets some dramatic treatment in this game, though, and I guess it fits given that much of the game revolves around the moon in other ways. You know, the moon and moonlight is a big concept in this game, so I guess it would make sense that they try and tie it in with this one in particular. I mean, I guess the moon as a concept comes up quite a bit in their other games as well, but especially so in Bloodborne. This poor guy, here he is. We can still see his body, but we don't get to talk to him. You saw him die during the fight. Poor fella. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think these guys really remind me of the messengers. Messengers have a pretty distinct looking face, I think. These guys look just a bit more plain, you know, a bit more like your standard ghouly skeleton. Alright, let's keep on plowing ahead. I love this next little section.
Shrouded by night, but with steady stride. Colored by blood, but always clear of mind. Proud under the church. Beasts are a curse, and a curse is a shackle. Only ye, the true blades of the church.
Here's this green light. Ooh, what a vibe. Whoa! Ah!
Shrouded by night, but with steady stride. Colored by blood, but always clear of mind. Proud hunter of the church. Beasts are a curse, and a curse is a shackle. Only ye, the true blades of the church.
So this guy here is alluding to Ludwig's crew as well, right? You know, all of this lines up with what Ludwig was on about, you know, staying steady in mind, being guided by the lights.
By night, but with steady stride. Colored by blood, but always clear of mind. Proud hunter of the church. Beasts are a curse, and a curse is a shackle. Only ye, the true blades of the church.
Remaining strong in mind even on the night of the hunt. Colored by blood, but always clear of mind.
Shrouded by night, but with steady stride. Colored by blood, but always clear of mind. Proud hunter of the church. Beasts are a curse, and a curse is a shackle. Only ye, the true blades of the church.
Kind of glorifying the holy blades. Sounds like, you know. They're a special brand, being able to do what they do and staying clear of mind. You know, it kind of sounds like he's honoring them. Although it feels twisted, of course, because he's bashing his head against the wall while he's saying it, as if it's not really true. It's like perverted. There's a lot of there are a lot of poems in this in the Old Hunters, in this DLC. There's that guy. I guess Simon talks quite poetically as well, like Ludwig. It's just, the dialogue is especially poetic in this. Then you have the chanting with the fishing hamlet priest later on. That guy really loves his poetry. You know, he talks at the very end after you kill Kaz, bottomless curse, a bottomless sea, accepting of all that there is and can be. Bergenworth, Bergenworth, blasphemous murderers, blood-crazed fiends. Here's Brador, another super ambiguous character.
Are you a hunter? Well, that's very odd. Do you hear the toll of the bell?
If you look carefully here, you can see he's ringing a bell, but we can't hear it.
Very well. The beast you seek will not be found here. Go back to your hunt, and if you have the chance, put this night behind you. Places better left untouched. Secrets better left alone. Only a forward so brazenly roam.
One second. Cool man, what are you going off about here? Hold on. Incoming the most thin Bloodborne theory ever conceived. When you talk to Brador. It's one of the women inside the houses. The dialogue is all muffled in the game itself, but it has been extracted. Wait, are you referring to you responding to Mask there about the woman who I thought was Cause? Are you a hunter? Well, that's very odd. Why does he say that? Why is it odd? Because all the other people here are just mad, insane? Too crazy to talk? How am I sane? How am I sane after all the beasts I've killed? I guess I'm a special hunter of the dream, though. I'm a little bit different. I'm not blood drunk. I don't know how I've avoided it with all the blood I've been injecting, all the beasts I've been killing. Oh yeah, this big girl, Gratia. What a strange little encounter this is. Look at this big woman. At least I think she's a woman. Fist of Gratia. A chunk of iron fitted with finger holes. The hulking hunter woman, the hulking hunter woman, simple Gratia. Or Gratia, however you pronounce it. Probably Gratia. Ever hopeless when handling hunter firearms. Preferred to knock the lights out of beasts with this hunk of iron, which incidentally caused heavy stagger. Gratia was a feared hunter, and to onlookers, her unrelenting pummeling appeared oddly heroic. No wonder this weapon later assumed her name. That really paints quite a picture. Anything else here? She was a brawler, yeah. Alright, we have Vicar Amelia coming up. Vicar Amelia in hunter form. In nightmare form. Oh yeah, this is such a strange little spot here as well. These rats with their glowing eyes. In this little crypt here. What an unusual little encounter this is. 3 graves, 3 rats. Coincidence? I don't know. What is this? Bloodstone chunk. Donation and sub. Let me just check. What the hell? Hold on, let me just refresh here. For some reason I didn't get any alert. I can't see any donations on my Streamlabs. What's going on? Who donated? I did read that correctly, didn't I? Cool, man. I'm not sure why am I not getting alerted? Donation and sub just came in. Yeah, I'm not seeing any alerts. I'm not sure why that is. Does anyone know who it was? Hey, I'm sorry, whoever it was. Thank you very much. Thanks for the 10. Was it Nordy? Nordy, thank you. I don't know why I'm not seeing that on my dashboard here. It's just not popping up for me. Alerts are doubled as well. What the fuck is going on? Let me just close my window here and open this back up. Here's Amelia, and you can hear her chanting the same prayer as before. You know, before Amelia's boss fight in the main game. But the cool thing is that she sounds so weary here compared to how she did in the main game before you fight her. Like the words are struggling to come out, like she's just hanging on. She sounds very clear of mind before. Now I can see it after opening up the window again. Nordy, thank you for the $10. Your Bloodborne playthroughs every time, again, make me hungry to play the game. I highly enjoy your Souls game playthroughs, and especially Bloodborne. Look forward to Elden Ring playthrough. Cheers, mate. Thank you very much, Nordy. Much appreciated. And thank you for gifting a sub to Habitual Balance as well. Cheers. Again, Vertas, thank you for the 5-pack. Sandwich Hammock, thank you. Cheers, everyone. I'm not sure why that happened. Dropkick Rabbit, what's up? Why we think it's Amelia? Because she's wearing the same clothes, it's the same VA, and she's chanting the same prayer in the same place. Just in the nightmare. And we have other examples of people dying and ending up in the nightmare. Will's weak, mind's young. She'll keep chanting it as she fights you here as well. It's really creepy. Stop chanting it, Amelia. Ludwig's Holy Blades, again, kind of tying in. Come on down, come on down. I want to fight you down here. You have lots of space. A nice straight line down here. Good hunter of the church. Only ye the blades of the church. Oof. Is it just you? Oh! Ooh, a cane user, I see. Quicksilver bullets, nothing too special. That's right, Storm, yeah. Great One's wisdom. Yeah, the layout here is interesting. All these fancy beds. All the high-ranking members of the church were being treated here. Is this something that happened once? Is this like an accurate representation of what happened in the Grand Cathedral in the past? It's hard to know when we're in the nightmare, you know? All these beds laid out. Right in the middle of the cathedral. All the blood. Great One's wisdom as well. The Orphan of Cause was brought back here. I guess that might explain the Great One's wisdom. Did they take the orphan's blood and give it to the high-ranking members of the church? You know, we always see Great One's wisdom when we're next to... it's always relevant, usually, where we find Great One's wisdom. Like, right beside Rom, right beside the lake where we fight Rom, right behind the lake. I think that's where you first find Great One's wisdom in the story. And there's loads of it outside of the... in Mensis, on the bridge right beside the brain of Mensis. That bridge is just covered in Great One's wisdom. And now here, we're finding it again. Right next to this depiction of 3 people fucking with the orphan. Or at least I think this is supposed to be the Orphan of Cause. And that's probably supposed to be Lawrence. The figure in the middle. The big hat is very reminiscent of Willem. But I don't think this would be Willem, right? Probably more likely to be Lawrence. I like how the church gloves are highlighted. Yeah, all of them wearing the white church set, right? The surgical gloves. The church engages in the hunt in a medical capacity. When a cancer is discovered, one must pinpoint its location, reach in, and wrench it from the host's bosom. Yeah, that hat doesn't cover the eyes, does it? It's kind of hard to see from here, but yeah, no, I don't think it does. Really sinister. Oh yeah, and this, the beast lurking underneath. That is ominous. As if that's the truth that's being concealed or something, you know? The beast is hidden under it all, peeking out. Kind of makes me think that this statue didn't actually exist in reality. You know? Maybe it did. I feel like it probably didn't, though, and this is just like a symbolic thing that was created by the nightmare to show us something that did happen. Experimentation on the orphan, and this is what it led to. Something like that. That's the vibe I get. Could be the first blood ministration. I'm not sure. I forget a lot of this lore. Especially when it comes to the timeline of things and stuff like that. Okay. let's jump on this elevator. Oh, wait, no. This is where we use the pendant as well. Yeah. That's another thing. So we picked up this. This is where we picked up the pendant as well. Now we're in the second Grand Cathedral that exists in the Nightmare. We picked up the eye pendant right here. This is where Lawrence is chilling in the other Grand Cathedral. So we pick up the eye pendant there, and now we have to use it here in its copy. Unlocks the surgery altar. Yeah. There are 2 cathedrals in the Hunter's Dream. One lies past the River of Blood, and another contains the private research hall of the Healing Church. Only chosen members of the Healing Church or their lamentable patients can enter the research hall using this eye. Grant eyes to the surgery altar skull. In the head, in the skull. So cool. What a vibe. Pop. One of the most disturbing areas they've ever made, this, I think. Probably the most disturbing area in the game. I think it has to be. Hey, what's up, big boy? How's it going?
Someone, anyone, seen my eyes? I'm afraid I dropped them in a puddle. He's pale now.
I'll tell you if I come across them, okay?
Has someone, anyone, seen my eyes? I'm afraid I dropped them in a puddle. Everything's pale now.
And this shit is poisonous, right? Yeah. Blue elixirs. The communion rune, we see this all over the place here. Because of course, that's what these guys are. They're all failed celestial emissaries, basically. I think that's one way of looking at this. They're trying to create beings that can contact the Great Ones. The chunk glitch. I'm not sure if I remember what the chunk glitch is. Laboratory floor 1. People used to speculate about what water the patients are imbibing. Whether it's from the fishing hamlet or what, but I think it's just the water at the bottom of the research hall here. Yeah. Cool, man. I don't think you were around when I was talking about the surgical altar here. I'd be keen to get your thoughts on this. Do you think that's Lawrence in the middle there? I was saying that that's probably Lawrence. And this is the orphan. And that the orphan explains the Great One's wisdom that we see down below on the beds. That usually you see the Great One's wisdom next to Great Ones. Interesting. We place the eye inside the head. Or maybe it's just supposed to be some test subject, some random test subject, but probably not. And the sinister beast lurking under. Which I think is probably there to show what the result of all this really was, you know, that all this, that it led to the scourge. If this middle figure on the surgery altar is anyone, I think it has to be Lawrence, which makes some sense given that you find the eye pendant in Lawrence's hand. Yeah. There's another vicar praying facing the statue. And under the altar, there's Lawrence's skull in the same spot. Yes, I forgot about that. We're going to go and grab that now as well. I don't think it is the orphan. Seems like the beast doesn't fit into the picture if they're analyzing a Great One. Right, that's what I was talking about, actually. I was saying, like, why would they create this statue? Why would they put that there? But I was thinking maybe this statue didn't actually exist in reality. And maybe that could explain that this is like, that this statue is a creation of the nightmare, you know? We're inside a twisted version of the past right now. This, like, obviously there was no second Grand Cathedral in reality. Did this elevator exist in the real world? Was this elevator ever a thing? You know, I'm kind of using silence, like some kind of Silent Hill-esque logic here. That what we're seeing is symbolic, you know, that the nightmare created this to show us the truth of what happened, or something like that, you know? So that we're seeing this experiment on the orphan, and then underneath we have the beast hiding away. I think so. There's actually elevator assets in the game. On the regular Grand Cathedral altar? Okay. Right, maybe it did then. Yeah, because I just thought it would be kind of weird for the church to create a statue of a beast like this. What's that? What does that mean? Here's the throne again. The coffin underneath the chair as well. I guess that's supposed to be Lawrence's coffin as well. We see that in the base game too. Lawrence's skull. Skull of Lawrence, first vicar of the Healing Church. In reality, he became the first cleric beast, and his human skull only exists within the nightmare. The skull is a symbol of Lawrence's past, and what he failed to protect. He is destined to seek his skull, but even if he found it, it could never restore his memories. I love this. And this goes against what I was theorizing about earlier. About, could the idea that Lawrence is the bloodletting beast and the cleric beast, could that theory still be valid? looks like it isn't valid. You know, if what you know what it says here, in reality he became the first cleric beast. So he probably did become a cleric beast in reality as well. Although that is kind of strange that his skull in the base game doesn't really look like a cleric beast skull. I guess we could see that as just as a retcon. Maybe originally he was supposed to be the bloodletting beast with an ape head, but they changed it. I don't know. Where'd you get the theory that he's a bloodletting beast? I think the bloodletting beast is still a cleric beast. Same as Amelia and Ludwig. My opinion, it's not a specific design so much as one of the giant beasts that come from a cleric. Okay, what about the ape head, though? I guess I'm referring to that particular type of cleric beast with that design, you know? Because when we fight Lawrence, he doesn't have that same skull, right? It doesn't look like he has that ape skull that we see in the base game. The skull that we touch that shows us the flashback. Let's go down. Here we go. The design is mismatched, but the skull in the Grand Cathedral matches the BLB more than the DLC design. And the BLB fights like an ape. Doesn't it have like a centipede as well? Which is like similar to Sekiro. Doesn't the Bloodletting Beast have like a centipede that pops out of his head? So yeah, I guess the interpretation could still work, and you could just say that in the nightmare, he appears as a different kind of cleric beast for whatever reason. Yeah, it's not like all cleric beasts have to look the same, so when this description talks about Lawrence in reality becoming the first cleric beast, that could still be the bloodletting beast. And then when he dies and passes on to the nightmare, he takes a different form. Yeah, that still works. I love just these parallels between the two cathedrals. So cool. Now we bring Lawrence's skull back to him. In the other cathedral. He's destined to seek his skull, but even if he found it, it could never restore his memories. And I guess that's why he's looking for it. To get back to his old self. If he retains his old skull, he can retain his human self, who he was before he transformed. Very cruel of the writing here. By the way, though, even if he did find it, it wouldn't restore his memories. No need to be so mean, game. Let him have some hope, will you? Wait, did I grab the fucking item in that chest? I don't think I did I? Chat, did I grab the item that was down there? It's the church cannon, isn't it? Okay, an oversized weapon used by the Healing Church. A type of cannon that fires with a curved trajectory and creates an explosion upon impact. Originally designed for use by brawny men with deteriorated brains. Not for just any ordinary hunter. I remember when I first played this, I thought that was poking fun at players that abused the cannon in the base game before it got patched. Remember when the game first came out, this regular cannon did like obscene damage. Maybe they never patched it, but I think they did. And I remember when I played the DLC, when I read that, I thought they were poking fun at players that abused the cannon. If that's what they were doing, I don't know. Probably not. But maybe. But the men lacked the wits to effectively operate firearms. And the weapon was quietly ushered into permanent storage. With a good build, it still does. Okay, let's go back up. Okay, let's go back to the dream. Oh yeah, there are definitely some little jokes and stuff like that. Like, I think the shield is kind of funny. It's the only shield in the game. A crude wooden shield used by the masses who have arisen to join the hunt. You know, that's surely referring to all the players coming from Souls to Bloodborne. Hunters do not normally employ shields, ineffectual against the strength of the beasts as they tend to be. Shields are nice, but not if they engender passivity. Oh, there is one more shield. Yeah, the DLC added one. Added one that's, like, kind of useful. Yeah, there's an arcane blocking shield, isn't there? Yeah, I forgot about that. We find that in the research hall, don't we? The area that we're in. The lock shield, yeah. Gehrman, what are you doing, man? Does Gehrman not appear here for a second time until you reach Mensis or something? Do I have any echoes? Frenzied cold blood.
Welcome home. What? Very well.
Wait a second. Chikage. Oh, it only needs 12 blood tinge. Ooh. I probably won't be dealing all that much damage with the Chikage if I switch to it. Compared to what I'm doing now. But it is fun. Fuck it, let's buy it. How many echoes do I need? Ah. Ah. Let's sell some stuff, maybe. I'm gonna sell the old hunter garb. We read the descriptions. Selling some ritual blood might be a good idea, yeah. Skill scaling plus 9.9. Oh my god, that'll suit me just fine. Okay, there's something. That'll help me out a bit. Look at all this skill scaling stuff as well, yeah. Skill scaling 12.1. Skill scaling 9.9. Blood attack down. Let's go for that. Okay. We'll mix it up with the whip and the Chikage. How do you use this thing again? L1. And now our health constantly drains. Oof. Pretty sick. Let's check see if we need to repair the whip. Although we just repaired it before Ludwig, I think. Should be okay. And we don't have the echoes anyway. I think we might do Lawrence next. Usually I do Lawrence at the very end, before Orphan. But I think Orphan is a better way to wrap up the whole DLC. How about we take a little detour and do Lawrence next? I am kind of keen to listen to that music. That music is calling me. Okay, let's do it. Nightmare Church, Hunter's Nightmare, Hunter's Nightmare. Let's see, will it be a first try? Probably not. That second phase of Lawrence is scary. Are you better off wearing physical defense or fire defense against Lawrence? I can't remember. Lawrence was the hardest for me in my first playthrough, I think. I think he took me longer than Orphan. The elemental stuff is always shit. Usually I just go for style and I don't even care about the stats in this, but Lawrence, I'm a little bit afraid of Lawrence. Hey, that actually has a bit of... That has a bit of style to it, actually. No, I don't know if I like it. Not sure if I'm mad about the helmet. It is kind of cool looking, though. Yeah, fuck it. Let's go with this. Oh no. My blood vials. Hold on. Let's sell some more of that ritual blood. Oh, I have 20 again. Wait, what? When did I use that one vial? I have 89 stored. What the hell is going on? I guess you only refill when you go back to the dream. I thought when you teleported from the dream back to the world, you refilled as well, but I guess not. Okay. I'm not gonna run straight up. Come on, let's fight one more time. Hey, I'll leave him there. Here we go. skull isn't going to do anything for you, man. Here we go. Oh, the ground he covers. Your positioning is so important in this fight. Very easy to get cornered. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I forget some of this shit. This might take a few attempts. Okay, the AoEs, man. Oh, beautiful. Grab. Oh, that choir. Ha! Ah, it's hard to get him with the head. It's hard to get his head with that attack. A big swing. Oof. I should get behind him there. Oh! Nice. Ooh! Yeah, now he goes tripping all over the place. This phase is really tricky. Whoa! Ah! This phase already? Oh no. The music here. Tragedy. Ooh. Sorry, Lawrence. Yeah, it all came back to me. I'm surprised I remembered that second phase as well as I did. Oh my god, that second part of the theme. Talk about dramatic. When that somber violin comes in. Oh man. Love it. Beast's Embrace. That was fun. 12 blood vials left. Oh boy, I almost wish I didn't kill him first try so we could experience it again. Did you miss the Amelia fight, by the way? Which one? You missed both of them. In the DLC and in the base game. Yeah, that second phase was nice and clean. The first couple of phases were dirty, but yeah, I remembered. So it's still burned into my muscle memory, that second phase. Yeah, it's scary when you're first doing it, you know? When you I think most people stay at range, you know, and then he starts marching forward at you. It's best to just stay beside him, circle around him when he's doing that stampede shit. You know, when he's crawling around, it's better to be close to him, circling him. Moving away when he does his big slams, coming back in. Taking your damage when he's spitting out the lava, or when he's shitting out the lava. I might turn off the music a little bit. All we can do is turn it up to 10. Is the music really not loud enough? We can boost it up all the way. We can boost it up to 10. Sure, let's boost it up to 10. Let's see. Beast's Embrace. After repeated experiments in controlling the scourge of beasts, the Gentle Embrace rune was discovered. When its implementation failed, the Embrace became a forbidden rune, but this knowledge became a foundation of the Healing Church. Those who swear this oath take on a ghastly form and enjoy accentuated transformation effects, especially while wielding a beast weapon. I love this. It's like, you know, almost feels like the church was founded on a lie, or, you know, an inherent contradiction, you know, embracing that which they feared they would become. It's like there's a contradiction. When its implementation failed, what was the implementation supposed to be? That they would be able to embrace the beast without transforming into one? You know, is that what it's getting at? That they failed to implement the use of this rune properly. But those who did use it, like, what was the goal? After repeated experiments in controlling the scourge of beasts, the gentle embrace rune was discovered. They wanted to coexist with beasthood and found it impossible. Right. Yeah, that's what it feels like. It was going to be used to immunize people, yeah, because it was part of their experiments in controlling the scourge. So they would have wanted to use this to control the scourge, to prevent people from turning, but they still did, even by using this embrace. And we do too when we use it. We use it to transform. Especially while wielding a beast weapon. Oh man, Lawrence is a nice encapsulation of the White Church Doctor life cycle. You can also see his shawl is a White Church one. On the icon for his skull, yeah, you see that shawl, don't you? In the, yeah, there it is. Scourge-related experiments, self-exposure to sickness, beasthood, blood, beast's embrace. Finally, the knowledge that can only come about as a result of that. Finding the eye pendant in his hand, the knowledge that's at the foundation of the healing church. Yeah, I love this whole part of the game. The parallels between the cathedrals and the items you find in connection to Lawrence. The mysterious statue, which appears to be of him conducting some kind of experiment, mirroring where he actually is in the other cathedral. The opening scene as well, before the fight begins. Like the boss intro scene where he's like covering his eyes, reaching out, I assume he's supposed to be reaching out to his skull there. Kind of screaming, remembering his human self, is how that comes across. Like he's reaching out for it, but he's like in pain at the same time, like it's causing him a great deal of pain, remembering his old self. or something like that. Although he can't, or although he can't restore his memories. It's kind of weird. It's definitely bringing him some kind of pain anyway, I think, where he's like rejecting his skull but wanting it at the same time, trying to cling on to his humanity but being unable to. It's that struggle that's causing him pain. Kind of interesting. We see a lot of skulls, lots of different Lawrence forms in this game. If we're to assume that the bloodletting beast is Lawrence as well in reality. The ape skull, the human skull, the cleric beast, the bloodletting beast. Let's level up. If I can. Does 42k give me a level?
Very well.
What a game, man. It's been really great playing through this again. Go for a bit more blood tinge.
Farewell, good hunter. May you find your worth in the waking world.
Feel like he fully shows how faith in the church led to everyone's betrayal. I really the beast's embrace rune feels like a big reveal, you know? Just this sort of contradiction at the heart of at the foundation of it all. The embrace of the beast. I guess it's a nice play off the, you know, the old adage as well. Fear the old blood. How they went from that to embracing the old blood, embracing the beast. The way they worship a giant ape skull. That's the symbol of the beast purging church, yeah. That they end up praying to beasts. In some symbolic way. Alright, back to the research hall. Simon isn't here yet. We have to make a bit of progress before he appears. Say hello to this guy again one more time.
Someone, anyone, seen my eyes? I am afraid I've dropped them in a puddle. Things pale now.
What threads do you think they lost when writing about Lawrence, Blue? I used to wonder if maybe certain things changed with regards to the bloodletting beast and whatnot, but now I'm not so sure. Because I think those ideas can still coalesce with what we have in the DLC. I'm still not really sure where I stand on that. Like before I used to be, and maybe still am, a little bit disappointed that Lawrence didn't get his own unique design in the DLC. Like, I found that to be so strange, you know? Lawrence is the head of the church. But yet his design and boss fight is partially a reskinned cleric beast. You know, he looks just like the cleric beast. The first phase of his fight, he uses all the same cleric beast's attacks, but they're just buffed. I'm like, was this really the plan? Was this the plan for Lawrence from the original concept when they were making the DLC? Kind of strange that he wouldn't have his own unique separate design to really stand out, you know, him being the like a pivotal character in the story, one of the main figures. But maybe that was the plan. I don't know. They had this whole theme made for him, which is a variation on the Cleric Beast's theme. I think maybe he was the bloodletting beast, but then in the nightmare they gave him another form. And maybe that was intentional, I don't know. So yeah, I don't know. I think the idea of the bloodletting beast and Lawrence can still work. You know, I don't think it needs to be. I think you can still interpret that in a way that works. When it comes to cut content where Lawrence was a close friend, I mean that just doesn't really even matter. You know, things get reshaped in development all the time. Yeah, it looks like originally Lawrence wasn't supposed to be, like, he was going to be a whole other character. There was no Lawrence that was the head of the Healing Church. Lawrence was like a completely different character altogether. Some friend of the main protagonist. Maybe like an Oscar kind of character. It's kind of what it sounds like. I think they just didn't use the name Lawrence at that point. The leader of the church used to be named Mikolash, really. I mean, like, who knows how these ideas changed and evolved in the early days of the game's development. Maybe at one point, the Mikolash we know now was going to be the head of the Healing Church. I don't know. Who knows? That would have been funny. Imagine if Mikolash was the head of the church. The same Mikolash that we know now. Like that same character. Moon Presence used to be named Ebrietus too. Whoa! Jesus Christ. Oh, I'm gonna die. I'm being very greedy. Okay. But yeah, when it comes to Lawrence, you know, I think we can still interpret it in the way that Lawrence in reality became the bloodletting beast. And that could be also a type of cleric beast. Do all cleric beasts have to look like the cleric beast that we fight? Probably not. And then when he passed on to the nightmare, he exists in another form. I think you can still interpret it all in a way that works. Even if that was the intent. Their intent, you know? Maybe the developers did think, hey, that we did want the bloodletting beast to be Lawrence, but then we kind of changed our minds. Actually, how about we scrap that and we turn Lawrence into something else. I mean, I don't know. Who knows? Who knows how they thought about it? How the developers thought about it. But I think we can still interpret it in a way that still makes sense, given how kind of abstract the Hunter's Nightmare is. Ooh! I feel like Lawrence being another cleric beast is a budget choice. Probably, yeah. Like, you know, like I was saying, I think that could be the case. Like maybe they just didn't have time, and maybe originally he was going to appear in the DLC as something that looked like an ape, something closer to the bloodletting beast. You know, that could very well be the case. But in the end, I don't think it really matters, you know. I think there are different ways you can look at it. Imagine it takes more to make a whole new boss design animation than just a new theme recording. Yeah, absolutely. And the other two named cleric beasts in the game are unique. Ludwig, Amelia. Yeah. Although maybe it's meta-narrative with comparing Lawrence with a no-name cleric. Yeah, I mean, probably not. It probably is because they didn't have time. Which is a bit of a shame, you know. Would have been really cool to see a Lawrence with his... Like, I think most people would have preferred seeing Lawrence as his own unique design, not being a reskin of something we've seen already, given how important he is in the story. Especially seeing all these other cool new bosses, you know, Maria, new design, Ludwig, Orphan of Cause. But Lawrence, arguably more important than all of them, or more of a major figure. He's just an old classic cleric beast. I do think it does kind of work in the sense that the cleric beast might be the most iconic beast in the game, you know? That the first boss that you fight in the game for most people, it's kind of like the iconic beast image from this game. So I guess that would make sense that Lawrence is given that beast. You know, him being the head of the church, given the most iconic look. You could kind of interpret it like that as well. The cleric beast is a great design, yeah. But yeah, at least he has a different. At least he doesn't just. Even though he has the same design, I think they did their best to still separate him. You know, the second phase where he splits in half, combined with that music, you know, it really is dramatic and different. And even in the first phase, they add a few other attacks as well. Oh god, this place. Is there any truth to the rumors about the trapdoor on the ground floor in Bergenworth? I have no idea.
But I won't do it again. I promise. The dark darkness. It frightens me, and it rises from its very depths.
Lady Maria, please take my hand. Please help me. Don't let me drown.
What a nice place. Some nice dead bodies on the ground here as well. Other failed experiments. These ones all have bags over their heads. I wonder, are those supposed to be the same bags that... Are those the same heads? It's just that these heads are filled with, like, mush and fluid and stuff. I can't tell. Is this... Am I looking at their face right now? Is that supposed to be their skin, or is that a bag that's covering their swollen head? I think we're looking at a bag covering their swollen head. And these guys are wearing the same bags. Their heads just never expanded.
Lady Maria, please take my hand. Please help me. Don't let me drown.
Yeah, there's this whole theme of water here. A lot of these guys will talk about drowning and water. The guy looking for his eyes in the water. You see that come back up again and again. Grim. Very grim. Let's take a look up here. Whoa. Do you think that what the people turned into is dependent on which being's blood they consumed? I'm not sure, but probably. Isn't the idea here as well that they're consuming some kind of they're consuming other substances as well? Cool man, I think you were saying that they were supposed to be... You think that they were supposed to be taking in all that water that's at the bottom of the research hall, all that poisoned water? Mercury. The patients have taken over the madhouse. Oh yeah, if you make a sound, he actually gets lured by it, doesn't he? Oh my god. Really cool to see an enemy use one of these as a weapon. Kind of poetic in a way. I'm sick of your blood. I'm going to use it as a weapon. Okay, this leads up to another floor. The level design here is quite wild. And this isn't where I came up from. Can I sneak? Oh, Jesus Christ. That looks fucking dangerous. No. Let me go back down this way. Chavo with the 3 months, thank you. Beasthood is usually more to do with the person than what the blood they take, though. Yeah, I guess so. That's a big thing as well. Oh, yeah. Sedatives. I'll plug that controller in a sec. Oh, Jesus! Oh! These dudes are rabid as fuck. There's one guy who crawls around on all fours like a beast, and he's really fast. I think he's even in that room. What's going on with this guy? Does he attack? Not sure if that guy attacks you. One of these guys is a beast. I think. Maybe not. He's laughing. Oh my god, that sound. Oh my god. There's one, it's like there are multiple people inside his head. There's one guy constantly laughing, and then there's other voices reaching out in pain every now and then. I guess it's all him, though. Just conflicting emotions. That is disturbing, the multiple voices. Oh, maybe he's just like the others. Maybe when you find one that's just static like that, they're all like that. Until you aggro them. Oh my god. This part of the game, as well as jumping into Rom's Lake, is kind of where it's important to know that the substance of the cosmos is water. Yharnam is called a sealess void because it's a shitty beast plane, for example. That's why there are all those water runes, sea and whatever. So when these guys are imbibing water and drowning, it's sort of akin to being attuned to hear the divine. That's interesting. Where do you what pieces of information do you use to theorize that the cosmos is water? See, yeah, like I know that there are these explicit, or well, maybe not explicit, but that both the ocean and the cosmos are, that you're looking into the infinite. You know, that they are these vast, both the ocean and both the sea and the sky are these vast stretches of nothingness. So you have these parallels drawn between the sea and the sky, you know, where they both looked for the Great Ones. I kind of got the impression that in the early days of the church, they looked to the ocean because they stumbled upon cause or whatever. But then later they had an epiphany that they could also look to the sky, that the sky was also similar to the ocean or something like that. I can't even remember. Can't even remember how I used to look at it. There's a ton of little things. It's mainly the language that's used, though. It'll refer to things like the abyssal cosmos. And talk about stirring and churning and swirling, right. You hear water sounds when the moon presence embraces you. A lot of the designs are ocean-like. If I remember a killer piece of evidence, I'll bring it up, though. I haven't tried to explain this in years, so I'm not that organized. Okay. Yeah, like I remember all the stirring and churning and swirling when it comes to them talking about the ocean. And I guess if they did use words like that when describing the cosmos, I just didn't take it literally, you know? I just saw it as them drawing a parallel between the ocean and the sky, you know? That it was like metaphorical rather than literal. And maybe it still could be, but you think it's more literal? Yeah, I just saw it as there being like parallels between those two planes, or you know, that the sea and the sky, they were both these infinite stretches of they were both infinite stretches of the unknown that they had yet to conquer. So it makes sense that that's where all the Great Ones were found, both in the cosmos and down below, both up above and down below. Oh shit, do I have 1.4k viewers? Cody probably raided me again. Excessive profanity, if you're there. Thank you for the host. I'm just going to assume it was you. Anyone here from Cody's stream? Did Cody host me up? He did yesterday. Hey, welcome anyone coming in. I never catch hosts. But he seems to like stealthing me with those hosts. If he raided, I'd notice. But I only have my Streamlabs dashboard up. I have to have my Twitch dashboard up to catch hosts as well. Yeah, welcome anyone coming in. We're just playing some Bloodborne, talking some lore, doing a big meaty story playthrough. Although it could be meatier, because we're on new game. We won't be looking at every item description in the game or anything like that. But we're still doing a pretty meaty playthrough. New game, picking up as many items as we can, doing as many quest lines as we can, while also talking some shit as well. Jesus Christ. Oh, this guy. Getting back to what you were saying, Cool Man, why is it why do you think it's important to know that the cosmos be made of water? Like when it comes to this place, I guess I thought all of this stuff related to water was just being associated with the hamlet and Kaz and the great ones that they found in the water, in the ocean. This lunatic up here. Amazing. Oh my god, the insanity in this place. Truly the depths of depravity here. The healing church at its lowest. The true face of the healing church, as Simon says. Another blood gem. Hey, welcome back, Storm. Actually, don't think it's associated with the hamlet at all. The two areas suggest it by being so close, but this is way later in the timeline. It's questionable that the church even existed when the hamlet raid happened. Jesus, that's confusing. Yeah, I always thought they were trying to establish a backwards kind of timeline with the DLC. That's how I always interpreted it when I played it. You know, that what we see in the fishing hamlet led to what we see in the research hall, which led to what we see in the Hunter's Nightmare. In the first area of the Hunter's Nightmare, Yarnum. That there was, like, some continuity there. But no, you think this happened way later in the timeline. Right. Yeah, I mean, I forget exactly how I interpreted it all back in the day, because, like, you know, I can't remember. But yeah, I always thought, like, the cause, and I guess the statue as well with Lawrence, I always thought that was supposed to be cause on the table, and that the experiments they did with the orphan, rather, the experiments that they did with the orphan led to all of this. But no, you think that's not right? I think that's basically right. Like Maria abandoned the hunt because of the hamlet. Yeah. I mean, I guess you do have some connections there that are pretty explicit. But it seems like the research hall is after the founding of the choir, right? So that the timeline, there are still connections that you can draw going backwards like that. And I guess Simon kind of, there's some continuity with Simon's descriptions, how he's kind of building up to, how he's making connections between the areas and building up to the ultimate secret, which is the hamlet. But it seems like the research hall is after the founding of the choir. It's pretty late, so the importance of water, I guess, is that it's not confined to what happened with the hamlet, Bergenworth and the Hunters. Right, but it's surely in some sense what we're seeing here is foreshadowing the hamlet. Right, you know, we're hearing all this talk of water, and then the next area, lo and behold, deals with water, big time. You know, we're in the fishing village, we see Kaz, all of that. So in some sense, it is, what we're seeing is connected to the hamlet, but maybe not literally. If you get my meaning. Will I dress up in Tomb Prospector armor and do chalices? I did do some chalices in this playthrough already. We went through all the Tumeru chalices. I think. But I don't think I'll be doing any more in this playthrough, no. But maybe at some point in the future we'll do all that stuff again. We'll see. I think there are some things, but in my opinion the main connection is that great ones are associated with the ocean. And the ocean is all around Yarnum, above and below. Okay. Yeah, I guess I just think it's quite fitting, you know, that we have all this talk of the water and then leading into what we see in the hamlet. Whether there are supposed to be literal connections or not, it feels very fitting. Oh. Oh, yeah. I just knocked him down onto the stairs there. He's still alive. Okay. Yeah, Maria will be coming up soon. A corpse should be left well alone. The headless ones here. It also connects it also connects the sea and cosmos. You go from the astral clock tower encountering living failures near it. You pray to the skies and summon the cosmos, and then we enter the fishing hamlet right after, yeah. Hello? This place looks fun. Oh my god. The mess in this area. Bottles all over the floor. Crusty blood sprayed to the wall. Hello there. There it is. Oh. Yeah, this thing will fall onto your head. Oh! Oh my god. This one won't attack you. Madman's knowledge. Enlarged head. Our very own. An enlarged head of a patient of the cathedral, with a cavity that just happens to fit a human head, although one would be mad to try it on. But if you do, listen carefully for the sticky sound. Drip, drop, as water seeping up from the depths, slowly, steadily. Also, another thing that Dave likes to point out applies here. When you look down in the Hunter's Dream, you see those rolling waves, right? Yeah. That's like a depiction of the substance. Hold on. Of the substance of the cosmos. Okay. Yeah, I was pointing that out as well earlier. Like the mountains. The mountains of water. They're like sand dunes, but composed of some kind of watery substance. Loads of blue elixirs around here. Loads and loads. Dubious liquid medicine used in strange experiments conducted by high ministers of the healing church. A type of anesthetic that numbs the brain. Hunters able to retain consciousness by force of will make use of a secondary effect of the medicine, which dilutes their presence while standing still. I think we might wrap up the stream after the research hall today, after Maria. I was thinking about doing the fishing hamlet, but I think I might be tired enough after we finish this whole section. And it'll also leave a nice good chunk to finish it off. Because there's no way I can finish the game today. We'd always have to leave Mensis until tomorrow. But if we leave the fishing hamlet for tomorrow as well, that'll give us another nice decent chunk to do, you know? Because if all we have to do is Mensis and the end game, that's not going to take too long. I mean, I guess it would still take a bit of time. We'll see. I'll see how I feel after Maria. Maybe we'll do the opening of the fishing hamlet or something. Yeah, we might do the first area. No, I still need to finish Eileen. Hello. Ooh. The level of detail in these rooms, just the amount of shit. Oh, I love the blood jars hanging from the ceiling here. Look at that. What a chaotic mess. This shit as well. Oh my god. Corkscrew into the head. This guy as well. Kind of easy to not notice this. That is another one of them covered up here, isn't it? Kind of hard to make it out. I think that is supposed to be another patient. Yeah, look, there's his legs. Oh, God. Look at that. Why was he covered up? Just too grotesque to look at? That is grim. Beast blood pellets. Jesus. Okay, I think it's time to say hello to Adeline. Except, I went in the wrong elevator. Yeah, here she is.
Is that you, Lady Maria? No. You're someone else. Please, could you do something for me? I need brain fluid. Murky, mushy brain fluid. Please, could you do something for me?
That's all she has to say. For now.
Brain fluid. Murky, mushy brain fluid.
Okay, I'll see what I can do. She's very polite. She sounds very nice and gentle as well. Sure, I'll help her out. Right. What is it that causes these things to appear again? I forget. There's something that just fell down. Or maybe they haven't appeared yet. It's just this one. No. Hello? Are you? So, are these patients supposed to be children? They're very small. Oh my god, man. What a grotesque design. What a disturbing design. Completely strapped in like that, unable to move their arms around. Yeah, doesn't this whole area get covered in those guys later on? I think it does. Once you pull a certain lever or something, a load of them drop down into the water here. I think. They're not here now, are they? No. Yeah, I don't remember there ever being just one of them here. The whole area gets covered in them. Okay. Back to the hunter's dream. Gehrman. Hello? No.
Welcome. Very well.
Why would it have bullets? Maybe it's just supposed to be mercury. Because that's what the bullets are composed of. Isn't that what we're like injecting as well? You know the image of the Quicksilver bullets? It's like the bullet and it's dripping mercury mixed with blood. When we use this, when I inject myself with that and I'm trading my blood for Quicksilver bullets. What am I doing there exactly? Am I just injecting blood? Am I injecting my own blood mixed with mercury? I guess I'm injecting my own blood mixed with mercury. I don't know. I'm not sure how we interpret that story-wise, world-wise. In the left leg as well, as opposed to the right leg for blood. You're taking out blood to create blood. Oh yeah, no, we just create... They're referred to as blood bullets, aren't they? So those bullets aren't composed of the same stuff. Let's keep going up. I'm taking off this blob head. I kind of like this look. These enemies. Oh, Jesus. Okay. That just leads back down to the bottom. So easy to get lost here. Can't remember where I checked. Yeah, that staircase leads up to nothing.
Oh, Lady Mary, save me, please. I don't hear anything.
Okay, if you wish. This isn't gonna take me down, is it? Up, please. Nice. That was rather brutal, wasn't it? It's a pretty brutal game. Hey, Blad, how's it going, man? Kind of interesting, this central pillar as well. It looks like a tree with these vines growing around it. Or this root, or whatever it is. Yeah, I think it's once we rearrange the staircase. I think that's when all those little things appear. Great One's wisdom. Oh, this area, I remember this. The gorgeous light here. And the crow that drops a rune. The mysterious bird.
Listen close, and you too will hear the sound of water. Listen close, and you too will hear the sound of water.
Hold on 1 second. Nope. This weird statue. We see these up around the upper cathedral as well. We only see them in a few areas. Nightmare Frontier, upper cathedral, and here, I think. Strange green lights. Like Ludwig and his moonlights. His little sprites, his little dancing sprites. Huh. Is this supposed to be as well like pulling stuff up from under the water? You know, at the ground floor? Maybe that's where it's pulling those creatures from, the very bottom. When you rotate the staircase, it's like hitting a tree full of slugs with a stick. They all fall off. I like that analogy. Is that where they're supposed to be coming from? Like they're falling off the thing? Like they're stuck to it? Those little babies? Whatever they are? It's kind of hard to know where they're coming from. Like if there's a layer below that we didn't see until now, and now we're like pulling it up to the surface. Oh, hello.
Splish, splash. Splish, splash. Have you heard how curiously the sea churns? Like a storm, but like the rain, only gentle, like dripping water. It bellows from deep inside of me. Here it comes, up through my inside, but gently, like little droplets.
Love it. Love the contrasts. Like a storm, but gentle, like the rain, like little droplets.
Have you heard how curiously the sea churns? Like a storm, but like the rain, only gentle.
Search corpse. And we get that brain fluid. that our girl downstairs is looking for. Let's take a look. I think it's a key item, yeah. Grayish amoeba-shaped brain fluid. Wobbles and bounces. Extracted from a patient whose head expanded until that was all that they were. In the early days of the healing church, the Great Ones were linked to the ocean. And so the cerebral patients would imbibe water and listen for the howl of the sea. Brain fluid writhed inside the head, the initial makings of internal eyes. Imbibe, to drink, Chris. So, cool man, your theory is that in the early days of the church, it wasn't the fishing hamlet that led to them thinking these thoughts. When they first started to link the Great Ones to the ocean, it wasn't because of cause. It might have been the hamlet, but I don't think their research here is about cause or anything. I think it's about the ocean generally. Right. Yeah. I don't think I ever thought it was really about cause either, necessarily. I thought I definitely used to think that the statue, or like that was like my main idea. I wasn't like fully sure, but I just kind of thought that the statue was probably of the orphan, and that led to their experiments here. And that, like, the fishing hamlet event in general kind of led them to these experiments with water. To try and call on the Great Ones. These brain fluids have a lot of interesting things to say. I think we find like 3 or 4 of them here in total, and they all have different descriptions.
Have you heard how curious?
Okay, let's kill this crow. Guidance. Yes, that's the rune. How strange, man. The crow has guidance. This is the same thing we get from Ludwig. Except a lower tier. When Ludwig closed his eyes, he saw darkness, or perhaps nothingness, and that is where he discovered the tiny beings of light. Ludwig was certain that these playful dancing sprites offered guidance, and emptied Ludwig of his fears, at least in the midst of a hunt. So the implication is that this crow also had that rune imprinted in his head? Or that this crow was also being guided by those same beings of light? What is being expressed here, if anything? Is it to undermine what the sprites actually were? In some way? As if to say they can't really be so special if even this crow is following them. You know, that kind of suggesting that the lights didn't really mean anything. I don't know. I'll be playing Elden Ring tomorrow. Well, I'm not sure if I'll be playing it tomorrow. If not tomorrow, the day after. I'll be finishing off my Bloodborne playthrough tomorrow. And maybe starting up Elden Ring afterwards. Or maybe not. But if it's not tomorrow, it'll be the day after. Jesus! It's okay. I think I got everything up there. I don't have any early access. I could create an Australian PSN account or a Hong Kong PSN account and buy some credits and get the game that way. I might do that so I can play it early. Or maybe I'll just wait. I'll see. Fine Strike. I don't remember that term. Fine Strike Damp Blood Gem. The sound effects up here are great. I think more than anything it's foreshadowing that there's an ocean above and therefore guidance. My explanation, which is a bit desperate, is in your chat if you scroll up. Hold on. The crow with the rune. My guess is that this area is all about seeking guidance from water. And above is an ocean. The fishing hamlet. Ooh, that would... I never really thought about how that could tie into your theory that the fishing hamlet is literally like the highest plane here. That it's up in the sky in some symbolic sense. It's up high like the cosmos above all the other nightmare realms. Except not above the Nightmare Frontier if we're taking stuff in the base game into account. But if we're just looking at this Hunter's Nightmare, the Fishing Hamlet is the highest lair. That's really cool, actually. Yeah. I think Third Mask was actually getting at that earlier. Yeah, that's cool. How we jump out of the Astral Clock Tower straight into the area and stuff like that. But yeah, so the crow at the highest point of the building can more easily be guided. That's the best I have. Interesting. Yeah, it's really very unusual. I love moments like that in these games. You know, this random crow that has the guidance rune. You know, as if the guidance rune wasn't ambiguous enough already with its description and Ludwig's dialogue. That's why it's always worth killing every single thing. Oh yeah, these guys! Oh my god! Woo! Yeah, I tried to squeeze through there, but... Off they go. Very skinny boys. Simon should be here now. Yeah.
Oh, hello. Not a pretty sight, is it? The true face of the blood-worshipping, beast-purging, healing church. But that's not all. You seek the secrets held by the nightmare, do you not? Then here's what you must do. Climb the Astral Clock Tower and kill Maria. She hides the real secret. Go on. Kill Maria atop the Astral Clock Tower. She hides the real secret.
Okay, will do. You're such a tease, Simon. Why can't you just tell me? You obviously know. Maybe he thinks I'll frenzy if he just tells me. And it'll be just too much. Yeah, now this place is covered in these things. Yeah, I guess that does make sense that they would have dropped off the pillar here. Because you raised that platform from there up to there, revealing all of this. So they just dropped off, flopped off. Oh, gosh. What do you think about the less spoken of ear imagery or sound? I read a comment yesterday that described the game's focus on hearing the Great Ones and mentioned that the umbilical cords share imagery with cochlear tubes, and the moon presence's head looks not dissimilar to an ear canal. Ooh, I'm not sure about all that. But like sound is definitely a bit of a theme in this. The inhuman sounds of the Great Ones, and like song and music. There's quite a bit of that.
Has someone seen my eyes?
The sweet singing blood and all that. Let's just leave these little babbies here for now.
Please.
Okay, here's your brain fluid.
Oh, thank you. You're terribly kind. Oh, it's wonderful. Oh, I hear the sticky sound. Do you hear it too? Oh, I know. Will you have my blood as thanks? I'll have you know, I was once a blood saint too.
Accept blood or refuse? Sure. Actually, if I refuse, can I accept it afterwards? I kind of want to see what she says if I refuse. I'm assuming I can still get to accept it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do come back if it please you. I am in your debt. Oh, will you accept my blood as thanks? That makes me happy, but I cannot move. Look, on my right arm. I'm sorry to trouble you, but you don't mind, do you?
The blood of Adeline. So I think this kind of went against a lot of the theories people had before the DLC came out, that the blood we were taking from the other saints was menstrual blood. Remember, that was a big idea, that it was menstrual blood that we were taking from Adela and Ariana. But With Adeline here, we're taking it from the arm, so I think we might be taking it from Adela's arm, Ariana's arm. The idea that it was menstrual blood, though, from all these women characters, especially with the other themes of birth and, you know, the child of blood, and a lot of the game revolving around these great ones that need to impregnate certain women that have a special kind of blood. Not so crazy of a theory, really, that it was menstrual blood, but it doesn't appear to be. I don't think the special blood that we take. It's probably just good old fashioned saintly blood. Unless her vagina is on her arm. And you never know. You never know what they did with these experiments, right? It could be. Let's take a look at the description, shall we? Blood taken from Adeline, patient of the research hall. Restores HP, then continues to rejuvenate HP for some time. Adeline was originally one of the blood saints who received treatment by the church to cultivate worthy blood. Adeline's was one of the few cases that turned out favorably. At the time after Bloodborne's release, there were 2 requirements that you had to meet for your theory to be considered good. It had to be disgusting, and it had to be Lovecraftian. Alright, let's go back up. Hello. Come on, do your thing. Okay. So now that we've moved the staircase up, all these areas have kind of shifted around. Now we can access Maria if we want, and the Living Failures, the next couple of boss fights. Let's take another look around first, though. Ooh, this is the only place from here, okay. That guy over there. Ooh, I'm scared. This is the lock shield, I think. An artisanal shield crafted with blue glass. Originally used to safeguard the leader presiding over a sacred healing church ceremony, and later supplied to tomb prospectors, in particular those exploring the labyrinth of Iz. The blue is fashioned after a lake, and the shield greatly reduces all form of non-physical damage. Cool. Yeah, I forgot about this completely until someone mentioned it before. It's the labyrinth of Iz with all those arcane enemies. Makes sense. Lock means lake, yeah. Irish. More cosmos equals water stuff too, right? Whoa! Ah! Jesus. Oh! Yeah, I'll take those Quicksilver bullets. The underground cell. Oh, Jesus, that's scary. Oh my god, I forgot about this guy being in here. Hello there. I think I got very lucky that I didn't get ambushed. Oh, the light triggers it. That's cool. Let's take a look at this key. Key to the cell below the Grand Cathedral. Hunters are held within the underground cell, so that things better left unseen and knowledge better left unknown will decay quietly in the fallow darkness. Fallow is an interesting word. Let me Google it. Plowed and harrowed, but left for a period without being sown, in order to restore its fertility or to avoid surplus production of a sow not pregnant. A piece of fallow land. Okay. Looks a little like a corkscrew, this. Yeah, it does. It looks like you could open a beer bottle with it as well. With the handle. As Mangold with the 18 months. Thank you. Right, where am I going now? There's a whole other part of this map. Oh god, I'm getting lost. Yeah, that's just the shield. This is the very bottom. I'm gonna go back to the elevator room.
Oh, there you are. Don't be greedy. As they say, fear the thirst for blood. I should know. I was once a blood saint too.
Like the corkscrews, they're turning into the jug heads here. Yeah, we do see a lot of corkscrews in heads in this area, don't we? Really messed up. Adeline, how does the rest of her quest line work again? I can't remember. I think you have to reload the area in order to get some of her dialogue where she needs to ask you for more brain fluid, like she gets the cravings again. Let me use the Bold Hunter's Mark. See if she has anything else to say. The reloading is after I give her the next one. Simon, anything new? Same shit.
Oh.
Okay. That's a cool observation, yeah, how fear the old blood turns to fear the thirst for blood, or the other way around. How fear the thirst for blood turned into fear the old blood, although that wouldn't really line up timeline-wise, would it, if fear the old blood was the initial adage? Oh wait, no, that's what you were saying anyway. Right, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. I misinterpreted you. Okay, I'm going back out onto the second floor. I think we have to go all the way up top again. Jesus Christ, the damage. Yeah, last time I just dropped down there. We need to go up one more time. Hold on, I want to scroll up here. I think I missed some stuff. Cool, man. The DLC has this issue thematically, you think? Because the whole thing is all about how the hunters in Bergenworth have been cursed for indulging their wild curiosity and slaughtering their way through places that they don't understand. That's also what the player character does, and it's what's required to lift the curse. That's true. Seems like we don't really do anything different to what Bergenworth and the old hunters do. We certainly do a lot of killing, that's for sure. Poopmaster responded, though. To a certain extent, we're slashing our way through the results of all that. So if you look at it as the Great Ones wanted equal revenge, then we are a pretty solid agent for that cause. That's interesting. Hmm. This encounter. Yes. The implication is that this guy here is the Blob's brother, I think, if I remember correctly. And he's here taking care of his sister. I think. Ooh! Ugh. No. Oh, beautiful. Whoop. Such a cool effect. Wow. Ha. Wasting so much blood here. Nice. Oh. I put a fire gem on it if I really want to roleplay as Maria. Yeah, we could do that. 5 sedatives.
Plip, plop, plip, plop, plip, plop, plip, plop. Plip, plop, plip, plop. Plip, plop, plip, plop. Lady Maria, I'm a robin. Will I ever curl up and become an egg? What say you? Lady Maria. Lady Maria, say something. Anything.
It always sounds to me like she's saying grow up, not curl up. No. All right, brain fluid part 2. Grayish amoeba-shaped brain fluid wobbles and bounces. Extracted from a patient whose head expanded until that was all that they were. Once, a young girl had an older brother who was determined to become a doctor, and so she willfully became his patient. In the end, this led to their encounter with the Eldritch Truth, for which they considered themselves blessed. So, I think this is telling the story of this blob. And the older brother was the man we just killed before talking to her. Kind of interesting that it was a black church doctor, though. Right? You'd think it would be a white church doctor. The black church doctors are the hunters going out killing victims and potential victims. It's the white church doctors that are doing all the experimentation. But he was wearing a black church doctor set. Willfully becoming his patient. Okay. How do we get the key to the Lumen Flower Gardens again? Oh, there's a whole set of areas there we haven't checked. It's probably in there somewhere. This place is a maze. Hello. Oh, Christ. Yeah, the skinny boys again. We need to be careful. Oh, God. Hello? Oh, shit! Off they go! Well, that's handy, thanks. We're clearing the place out. God, fuck this place. I opened that chest. I killed those birds. We went up there as high as we could. We turned the stairs. Is there a set of rooms that I still haven't checked? There's that whole area outside where there's the Lumen Flower Garden, and then there's another place inside here as well. Another little patch with flowers where one of them is tending to the flowers. In the room with the blood ministers in wheelchairs, there's a trap door. No, that's fine. You can remind me of certain things like that. That's cool. Yeah, I think maybe that's what I'm forgetting. The central room here. Yeah, I don't think I went down here, did I? Yeah, here it is. Here it is. Another one of these boys. Here's the beastly one. Yeah. Jesus, this area is grim. Ooh, they take a lot of hits. Whoa! What the That's a big jump you have. Decorative old hunter garb. Old hunter garb decorated with brass trinkets. At the time, some hunters believed that certain metals would ward off beast blood. On a night of the hunt, it is no wonder that people would resort to superstition. Oh. Oh man, I love all the environmental carnage in this area. Attracting their attention by moving the bottles there, not even thinking, and then just all this shit getting destroyed in the process. Jesus. Here's the little spot that I was thinking of. Yeah. Nice bit of foreshadowing.
Blip, blop. Blip, blop. Splish, splash, splish, splash.
This is sad. Yeah, this little guy here tending to his flowers. They can use these flowers to contact the cosmos. That's what's going on here. Later on in the Living Failures fight, we'll see a giant flower in the center of the area. And that's how they use the flower as a medium to summon the cosmos. To summon meteorites from the cosmos. These guys, I think they're like an early stage of the celestial emissaries that we see. Failed emissaries. We'll see another whole garden of these flowers as well downstairs, where you see a slightly upgraded version of these guys. They can do like they can cast arcane spells as well, and I think that's why those guys outside in the garden can cast the arcane spells, because they're using these flowers. Like just like the Living Failures. Oh my god. Okay, I'm just gonna leave him alone.
Blip, blop. Blip, blop.
Who gives me the key to the Lumen Flower Gardens again? I think it's Adeline, isn't it? Once I give Adeline all of her brain fluid. I think we're done now. I think we've explored every room. Pretty big area. Pretty fucking depressing area, this. I really like it, but god, it's grim. It's hard to feel jovial when you're moving through these rooms, just surrounded by this imagery, you know? Fishing Hamlet is pretty grim too, yeah. The DLC is a real barrel of laughs. I think this takes me down. Yeah, the Fishing Hamlet is like funereal in its atmosphere. Which is great, like they nail the vibe, the rain and the priest. Cause being laid out on the beach. Love the orphan's cutscene when he crawls out and then when the music hits and he's just there staring out. Such a cool way to present that fight. You know, how he's not aggroed. How you have to approach him first. He's just staring out. Alright, Adeline.
Oh, there you are. Don't be greedy. As they say, I should know.
Oh, it looks like I do have to reload before she asks for the fluid. Or do I have to use her blood? Maybe I have to use her blood. Do I have to use her blood? I'll use her blood.
Oh, there you are. How did you find my blood? A touch more? Should it please you? She needs brain fluid to give me the blood?
Do we have to use all her blood in order for her to need more brain fluid? I don't remember this being a part of her quest line at all. I didn't think we needed to use her blood.
Oh, Helen, as I was a blood saint, I cannot break the tenets of the church, even for you. Once you've run dry of blood, come visit me again.
That's cool, though. We get more dialogue. She didn't mention the tenets of the church before. Yeah, I think you have to reload. Fuck it, let's use her blood again, just to see.
Oh, hello again. As I was a blood, once you've run dry of blood. Hello again. Did my blood ease your hardship? Then do have more. The sticky sound guides me, and I have you to thank for it.
Cool. New dialogue every time you take her blood.
Lady Maria never approved, but I am proud to have been a blood saint.
I don't remember getting this dialogue before. I probably did, because it's the same thing that you do to get more dialogue from the real Yusefka. But I'm not sure. I don't know. Maybe I never did keep taking her blood.
Oh, hello again. As I was a blood... What?
Okay.
Hello? Hello? Is anyone there? Please, somebody, I need help. I'm trying, but I'm afraid the sound is fading.
Oh my god.
Hello? Is that who I think it is? Please. Oh, please, I need brain fluid. The sticky sound is fading fast. Please bring me brain fluid. I must have it. That sound, it is all that guides me. Without it, I'll be sent back to my former, lesser years. Have as much of my blood as you like.
Oh, she's bargaining with me here. She's negotiating. Damn, I don't remember this. Come on, have more of my blood. Then will you give me the brain fluid? This'll make you happy, won't it? What? I don't remember doing this before. Maybe I did. No? You won't give me the brain fluid? Here, have my blood. That is cool. Yeah, I'll take it.
Please, I beg of you, please. I need it. Please bring me brain fluid. I need your help.
Jesus. And now when we refuse, nothing. Because she can't give me any more blood. Wow, no reaction at all. Okay, I'm going to take some of your blood. Then see.
Please, I need you.
Can she just give me an infinite amount of blood now if I keep using it here? Hold on, we need to do some serious experimentation here. We're reloading again.
Please, I need it. I need you. Have as much of my blood as you like. Please, have as
Yeah, this probably just goes on forever. She'll probably give you an infinite amount of blood here. Let's go back to the Hunter's Dream and spend our echoes. This is very cruel.
Very well.
Yeah, we need a lot of echoes to level up. How much was it?
Welcome. Very well.
Hey, what's up, Bunyan? How's it going?
Please, have
As much as you like. So I think it's just going to keep coming. I want to try this just 2 or 3 more times just to see. Oh my god. I'm gonna take a shower after this stream.
Please, I need have as much of my blood as you like.
Okay, one more time after this.
Please, have as much.
Yeah, okay, I give up. That's really cool, though.
Please, I need.
I don't think she's ever gonna run out. That would be cool, though, if she could run out in this situation and then she just had nothing. I'm all out of blood, I'm sorry. Alright, here's your brain fluid, Adeline.
Yes, that's it. Let me have it. I can hear it. Yes. The sound that guides me. Thank you. Thank you so much. You have saved me. Take this charm. Lady Maria gave it to me, but it is all I can offer, other than my own blood.
There we get the balcony key.
Please, do not abandon me. I promise to do good.
Love it.
Oh, hello. Do you hear that? The sticky sound, as clear as day. Slip, slop, drip, drop, slip, slop. How extraordinary. Do you think that water drips even down deep below at the bottom of the sea? Can you hear it? Drip, drop, slip, slop. Drip, drop, slip, slop.
I'll talk to you later, Adeline. Balcony key. Key to the balcony on the first floor of the research hall. Lady Maria of the Astral Clock Tower gave this to the patient Adeline. Maria had hoped Adeline would find comfort in the faint breeze that carried the scent of flowers from the outside. But Adeline couldn't fathom her intentions. I wonder if the church used these flowers intentionally. Like, was this their plan? Did they plan for the flowers to be used in conjunction with the patients? I kind of like the idea that this was something that they stumbled upon by accident. You know, they walked out, a church doctor walked out to the balcony one day and they're like, what the fuck is going on with the patients? And then, wait, maybe there's something to this. And then they walk out another day and they're summoning fucking arcane bolts from the sky. Ooh, can I actually stealth behind some of these guys? Nah, this one will see. Ah, Jesus. This is very awkward. I'm gonna die. Jesus Christ. Oh God, okay. Let's try that again. That's how I look at it, Lowlife. I think that's generally the consensus as well. Yeah, they're failed celestial emissaries. The next boss is even called the Living Failures. And that's what they do. They use those flowers to summon things from the cosmos. And maybe that's why these guys are these guys are flowers, I was going to say. Maybe that's why they're failures, because they need another medium in order to access the cosmos. Whereas the celestial emissaries, they don't need flowers to reach the cosmos. They can summon those spells on their own. It's obviously interesting that in the base game, this is where we fight the celestial emissary boss. It's in the Lumen Flower Garden here. Except in another form. So we have the emissaries being still associated with these flowers in some way in the base game. Or maybe are they even supposed to be the same flowers? They're all closed up in the base game. They're not open like this. But I think these are still the same flowers. You see them drooping in the Nightmare Frontier as well. And they're glowing. They have that moonlit glow in the Nightmare Frontier. Interesting how the statues are gone as well. Remember those weird statues here in the base game? We're theorizing if it was the moon presence. Christ. Not sure how to approach this. Oh, hello. I think it's understandable to color stuff from outside of the text if it's referring to recurring themes, you know? When it comes to topics like the vermin and the themes of stagnation and the stuff that you see them do again and again and again with some degree of consistency. Obviously, like going around like claiming your ideas as fact, you know, without like arrogantly claiming that you're providing some ultimate truth. I think that should be avoided when talking about a lot of this sort of stuff. But I think it's okay to take stuff from other From games. You know, if it's dealing with something that looks similar, you know, if you're seeing a concept that you've seen before in another Souls game or something, I think it's okay to apply that to Bloodborne. Yeah, no, I don't think you are at all, cool man. Do you want to come over here? Come on, come over here. Ah, man. almost want to just grab the item and get the fuck out of here. Fuck it, I think that's what I'm gonna do. This is too much of a hassle for me. I don't see Bloodborne as a Souls game either. I'm just talking about recurring themes through From's games in general, not even Souls. Sekiro, even games from before Miyazaki's time, you know? When you say, I think it's okay to apply stuff from the previous games. You know, if it's just dealing with, if you're seeing a concept in Bloodborne that you've seen in their other games, I think it's okay to apply those things if it seems like they fit, you know? Let me read the description of the Black Sky Eye. Soft eye blessed by a phantasm. They were discovered through Bergenworth's contact with the arcane, but in the end revealed nothing. Deep within the eye lies a vast stretch of dark sky that rumbles with an endless meteor storm. The slight rub of the tiny orb and the rock will tumble and soar. Yeah, I agree, cool man. Yeah, and like I'm not against people taking the opposite approach. If they want to stay further away from other From games when thinking about Bloodborne, I think that's fine as well. But obviously you do see similar ideas and concepts. So I think it's okay as well to take your knowledge of those things from the previous games and apply it to this game. You know, I think it's cool. You know, which however you want to look at it. Okay. Let's drop down. And now that we're here, let's go back down to these locked doors, which we can open. This spooky little corridor here. Jesus Christ, I thought you were dead.
Shrouded by night, but with steady stride. Colored by blood, but always clear of mind. Ground under the church. Beasts are a curse, and a curse is a shackle. Only ye, the true blades of the church. Shrouded by night, but with steady stride.
I was really disappointed when we couldn't talk to this guy on my first playthrough.
Ground under the church. Beasts are a curse, and a curse is a shackle. Only ye, the true blades of the church.
The Yamamura Hunter Hat. A standard hunter's hat worn by Yamamura the Wanderer. This hat and staff were given to him when he became a hunter and confederate of the League. Member of the League, this guy. Garb of a distant eastern land worn by Yamamura the Wanderer. The Eastern warrior pursued a beast for honorable revenge, then became a hunter of the League. But when he stared straight into impurity, it drove him mad. Another member of the League being associated with a particular beast. You know, pursued a beast for honorable revenge. It's making me think of Volter and the beast that him and his group were chased by, if the fable is to be believed, that he ended up eating. Could that be the same beast? Probably not. Don't think that would work. Don't think that would make sense. Same description. I'm not sure if we got any gloves from him. Butcher gloves, constables. There we go. Can we open other keys? We can. Did I say other keys? I meant other doors. Jesus fucking Christ! Jesus, that scared the shit out of me. Oh my god, I haven't jumped like that in a while. Oh my god. Oh, I hurt my arm there. Yeah, let's go back down. I didn't pick up my echoes earlier in the garden. That's okay. That was sneaky, man. Okay. Jesus. Oh, I was hoping I could cheese him. That is some serious damage. This weapon. Come on. Church pick. One of the old trick weapons of the Healing Church. A hunting weapon formed from one of the giant picks that appear in old beast tales. The church pick initially serves as a large sword, but when transformed functions as an extended war pick. In spite of its origins, it is a highly practical weapon. The old beast tales. I want a book of old beast tales. I want to read a book of all these old beast tales. And hear these tales of old church hunters going out on the hunt. I think we need a separate key to access Brador's cell, don't we?
Bear in mind, some places are better left untouched, and some secrets are better left alone. Only fools brazenly roam.
Yeah. Okay, I think it's time for Living Failures and Maria. The buff which boosts damage against enemies of the church is called Righteous. It applies mostly to the enemies at Canehurst. I forgot about that. Or maybe I never even knew about that. Surely I did. Can you see it being referred to as Righteous at any point in the game? Like in the menu anywhere? Or is that in just supplemental official material? That's what you were saying before. That's what I was saying before with the cane, but I think you thought I was just trying to be cool by calling the untransformed cane as Righteous. I wasn't sure if you were or if you weren't, because I remembered the term. But I forgot to ask. Hey Adeline, how are you doing? Yeah, it's just in, you can't see it anywhere in the game, right? Maybe I didn't know about that. I saw someone else brought it up in this playthrough as well. Okay, let's do it. Living Failures. Here we go. Sprouting out of the ground as well, kind of reminiscent of the Celestial Emissaries. Oh! Oh, this track, here it comes. Come on. Some of them are very defensive, some of them are very aggressive. Oh! Where's it coming from? Where's it coming from? So sick. Oh! I'm out of bullets. Oh! Oh, the timing! Right on the beat. Ah! One bullet. Nice. And the Astral Clock Tower key. What a spectacle. When the music hits and they start raising their hands and the cosmos appears above you. Let's take a look at the key. Where's the key? What is it called? Astral Clock Tower key. Key to the Astral Clock Tower at the top of the Grand Cathedral. The caretaker of the tower's numerous patients, known to them only as Lady Maria, made her home behind the giant star-interpreting clock. All right, Maria time. The way it's wobbling around there, it's making me think it's alive. This flower. This is how they summon the cosmos. This is their antenna. I guess that's why the ones out in the garden could only summon minor spells, because they only had these little flowers. They didn't have this big one. Yeah, I'm looking forward to fighting Maria again. It's been a long time.
Welcome home, good hunter. I must have drifted off. What is it you desire? Very well. Let the echoes become your strength. Let me stand close. Now shut your eyes. Farewell, good hunter. May you find your worth in the waking world.
Love her little animations. When she tilted her head earlier while she was giving her speech, that was funny. Didn't know she could do that. She can emote while delivering her dialogue. Oh shit. Oh man. This image here. Wonder what that photograph is supposed to be, if anything relevant. Kind of hard to make out what it is. Just kind of looks like a cloud. Looks like clouds or something. Inspect corpse. More of these flowers and all the runes all over the clock as well. Yeah, that was another interesting detail. That's the deep sea rune, I think. I think it lands on the deep sea rune as well. I think we walk through this. Well, we definitely walk through it, but I can't remember what rune it's set at when we do walk through it. I think it's deep sea again. That's Beast's Embrace, I think, that one. The one we just picked up from Lawrence. You used to have the image without the filter. It's an ambiguous looking woman standing next to a sitting down man, huh? I guess all I could really think of was like Gehrman or someone. You know, it's the only character we really know about that she's close to. Alright, let's do it. A corpse should be left well alone.
A corpse should be left well alone.
The shades.
Oh, I know very well how the secrets beckon so sweetly. Only an honest death will kill you now. Prevent you from your wild curiosity.
Ooh, the delay on that. Yep. Take it easy. Take it easy. Oh, she's really kicking my ass here. Okay. Nope. No, you're not killing me that early. Trying to get fancy with the transformation attacks. Phase 2. Oh. I have blood too. Whew. You're a little bit stuck there, Maria. Okay, that's one way to get out of there. Woo! Whoa! That was pretty sick. I was really playing around there with my transformation attacks. I just felt like I had to get fancy. You know, I couldn't just go parrying or just R1 spamming. Felt like I had to get a bit stylish. Alright, let's go. Oh, sick. Ha! Always too early on that. Okay. Jesus, Bloodborne, come on, load, will you? Thank you. Oh! Oh, every time! Jesus, leave me alone. Oh, Jesus Christ, I'm getting torn to shreds here. Fuck off. Oh, the follow-up to that. I forgot that she did that sometimes. Yeah. Phase 3. Whoop. Now she gets flames added to her blood. Let me heal, please. Fuck. Okay, no playing this time. A win at any cost. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, I was too aggressive there. Well played, Maria. Wow, I've probably died to Maria now more than any other boss so far. Alright, this is it. No fun and games. Here we go. Well, maybe some fun and games. I'm really underestimating her. Oh, stop that! Ah! No, you bitch! Fuck! Ah! Damn, I can't believe Maria's fucking me up like this. Okay, no more fun and games. For real this time. I'll style with the blood. Oh, she's styling with the blood. Ah! Heal! Whoa, pretty cool how she dodges those. Ah, fuck off. Fuck that attack. Jesus. Oh, man. The pressure she puts on you. I should stop backing off in situations like that and try and dodge through her. I think I'm more likely to get away from her and get a free heal. Damn, Maria. Okay. Okay. Okay, this is it. Being very aggressive here. Wait, what? Did she just do that twice? Fuck, you're fired. fuck the damage. Oh my god. Let me heal. Oh! Forgot she had that attack. I dodged through that, and then I healed, because I thought that would give me an opening, but I forgot she has a possible follow-up to that she doesn't always do, that you need to be aware of. I thought that was my safe moment. I just forgot. I only have 10 vials. Okay, let's go back to the dream, buy some more vials. Oh, Jesus. So close. So close. Let's sell some more blood. And buy 100 vials. Let's use the cane. I don't need a tea. I don't need anything. All I need is more blood. Let's use the cane this time. Well, that was pretty quick. Ooh! The amount of damage she deals in this phase if she gets you. She gets a good string. Oh, you bitch! Dead. Alive. It's so hard to stay away from her when you want to heal. Ah, I was still alive there. Jesus. The aggression in that final phase is really nasty. That was a quick fight. Yeah. Okay, and that it just missed. Yeah. Using up all my bullets. Didn't mean to go for the double there. Fucked it up. Fuck you! I feel bad for you for using parries. I feel like I kind of cheesed her a bit, parrying my ass off there, but I'll take it. I'll take it. Oh man. And this is what we get. Celestial Dial. You know, I kind of wish the victory was a bit fancier. But she was fucking me up when I was trying to style on her, so in the end, I said fuck it, let's just do this any way we can. We got a key. A celestial dial that functions with the giant astral clock in the Grand Cathedral. When the dial is held up towards the astral clock, the clock will come to life and reveal a secret to its curious interloper. Before we do that, let's go back to the doll. Because now that we've killed Maria, the doll might have something to say. Before we talk to the doll, actually, Let me check something. We can buy Maria's set now. Here in the inside shop. Let's just read the descriptions of her attire. See what it has to say. Among the first hunters, all students of Gehrman, was the Lady Hunter Maria. This was her hunter's cap, crafted in Canehurst. Maria is distantly related to the undead queen, but had great admiration for Gehrman, unaware of his curious mania. Curious mania is a curious term to use here. Because if we go and look at the attire of the doll that we picked up, I think we might see something similar. A discarded doll's hat, likely a spare for dress-up. A deep love for the doll can be surmised by the fine craftsmanship of this article and the care with which it was kept. It borderlines on mania and exudes a slight warmth.
Good hunter, this may sound strange, but have I somehow changed? Moments ago, from some place, perhaps deep within, I sensed a liberation from heavy shackles. Not that I would know. How buzzing strange. Good hunter, your presence somehow soothes. I sense the ancient echoes. They course your veins. Farewell, good hunter. May you find your worth in the waking world.
So now that we've killed Maria, the doll is liberated, feels liberated from heavy shackles. I love her last line there when she says that, not that I would know. Kind of denying the feelings that she had because they're human feelings that she feels like she shouldn't have. Was that what that's getting at? You know, not that I would know. How passing strange. But yeah, the doll is based on the likeness of Maria, who Gehrman was very fond of. And it seems like she was fond of him too, based off the descriptions. Had great admiration for Gehrman, unaware of his curious mania. They both have the same VAs as well. That's another little touch you can notice. Maria with the same VA as the doll. And when we find her in the nightmare, she's dead. Blood dripping from her wrist. I think the idea is that she killed herself in reality. And we're kind of seeing a representation of that. But we'll learn more about Maria as we keep going. I think I'm gonna wrap up soon, guys. Let's venture into the fishing hamlet. Let's just walk into the entrance. We'll say hello to the fishing hamlet. I don't know, Twilight. Simon is obviously quite, seems quite sane as well. The character who teases us with mysteries and whatnot. Oh, the fishing hamlets, man. Funereal. Here's the ship masts. Yeah, they look just like the ones that we look down on in the Nightmare Frontier. And if we look below the water here, there's Yarnum. So cool. This is the DLC area, yeah. This, well, the last few areas have been.
Lay the curse of blood upon them, and their children, and their children's children forevermore. Each wretched birth will plunge each child into a lifetime of misery.
Well, that's bleak. The poor wizened child. I always loved that description. Wizened is a great word.
Atonement for the wretches by the wrath of Mother
But a wizened child, not something you hear about too often.
Mercy for the poor wizened child. Mercy. Oh, please.
These bodies laid out here like some kind of burial. Here's some strange sounds here, some of the violins. Dissonant violins, screeching strings. Yeah, he'll have more to say later on as well. Once we complete this area. This always felt significant to me as well. This is the first thing we see here beside our checkpoint. This body laid out looking like the hunter's mark. Dangling upside down rune etched in one's mind. covered in those phantasms. Cool, man. Let me check. This is that muttered audio you can barely hear inside the houses. Mother is dead. Her baby taken. Scales are suffering. The grief of cause. Do you hear it? A sealess void. The lair of beasts where the blood-crazed roam. Do you hear the sealess void? The lair of beasts, the blood-mad roam. Curse the fiends, their children too, and their children forever true. Like the opening dialogue at the start. Cause we have beckoned forever true. Cause we have beckoned and cause is dead. Forgive us. And curses upon the fiends. Cause we beckon, dear cause no more. Forgiveness upon us, curse the fiends. I can hear some whispers right now where I am. Like very, very faint whispers. So that's it. That's what they're saying. Is it the same voice actor as well that's talking at the during the opening of the DLC, the Old Hunters? Is it the same VA? I believe so. So why did the Hamlet residents summon Cause to begin with? Lower the sound effects? Yeah. They might be classed as sound effects, actually. I think they are. That sounds like a different voice. Yeah, it's impossible to make it out. Stated outright in the guide, the hunters killed Cause. Not sure how you feel about the guy. Oh, wait, you're talking to someone else there. Yeah, I always figured it was the hunters that killed Cause. And that's, you know, that's why they cursed them. I think people theorize that, like, Cause brought the village food. Remember people talking about that before? Like all of the barrels of phantasms or fish or whatever they're supposed to be. Like that's what they were. You know, like that Cause brought the whole village sustenance. I'm not sure how much validity there is to that. The food thing, that isn't. Yeah, I thought I remember people theorizing about that. I don't think it is said outright that the hunters killed Kaz. I don't think it is. Yeah, look, we have these barrels of weird slugs, phantasms. Looking very Kaz-like, looking very Kaz-esque. Doesn't Maria imply it? Maria says a corpse should be left well alone, which you would think has a double meaning. You know, she's lying there as a corpse. But I think it's also designed to foreshadow the corpse of Kaz, especially considering the events of this led Maria to her death. But yeah, she just says a corpse should be left well alone. I actually think her dialogue there might lead people to believe that they didn't kill Kaz, and it was just that they fucked with the corpse. You know, leave that corpse alone. Don't go experimenting with this dead god. And I think that's actually how I interpreted it at first. I was like, huh, did the hunters, like, did Bergenworth scholars just get wind of this god that washed up on the beach? Yeah, I remember, like, at first I had no idea what was really going on. I'm sure, like, a lot of people. Like, I wasn't even sure if the fishing hamlet residents ever interacted with it when it was alive. I thought maybe it just washed up on the shore dead. And then maybe it infected the villagers somehow or something like that. And then the Bergenworth scholars found out about the corpse and they took it away for experimentation. And that maybe it was pregnant with the orphan at the time of its death or something like that. But I don't think that's what happened at all. The Bergenworth scholars came and killed it. Yeah, what they were doing here. Maria, I think the story is that Maria and some hunters were sent in here to clean up the aftermath, right? Isn't that it? I can't remember how that goes. I think that's how I think that's how I saw it anyway back then. That they weren't here initially when they killed Kaz, that they were sent in after to kill all the villagers or something like that, and then Maria just couldn't stomach it. She throws her weapon down the well, and then she ends up killing herself because of the guilt. You know, guilt over what happened and what the hunters were doing. They basically slaughtered their way through the hamlet to Kaz, and then Bergenworth studied the remains. Was Gehrman and Maria, were they involved in that initial excavation of the hamlet? Or were they sent in afterwards? I can't remember. It's just implied that they were there all the way. I don't know where I'm getting this aftermath thing where they were sent in. It's been a long time since I've played this. And even back when I was playing it, I remember not being so sure about a lot of it, you know? I remember that, Gehrman walking through in the old Hunter's trailer, yeah. Oh yeah, and of course, I'm just remembering, like, Gehrman has the big tie to the orphan as well, you know, the cry. Love that little detail. And I think the implication is that that it's Maria who left that grave there for her as well. With a little flower on it. The cry, the Orphan of Cause and Gehrman both share the same cry. When the Orphan of Cause crawls out of Cause later on, during the boss fight, it starts crying. And the cry kind of morphs into the cry of Gehrman. And after we kill the Orphan of Cause, the doll has some dialogue where she tells us that Gehrman is sleeping soundly. That something must have happened because Gehrman is no longer being affected by the nightmare. So Gehrman is like, similarly to what happens when we kill Maria. We kill Maria and the doll feels unshackled. We kill the Orphan of Cause and Gehrman feels unshackled. You know, let's keep going. Let's go a little bit further. I think some people try to draw some connections between their stances as well and just how they walk. Like the way the orphan is kind of hunched over and the way it walks towards you. That it was similar to how Gehrman fights and how he walks towards you. I'm not sure if there's any validity to that. I'm not sure if that's accurate. I remember some people talking about that though. I guess just thinking of them, they do kind of move in like... I guess the orphan is supposed to be an old child, you know, a child, but with the face and body of an old man. So I guess given that they're both kind of old and wizened, there might be some connection there, or even some like unintended similarities. I think I remember wondering as well, like was the orphan in reality also a wizened child? Or is it just appearing as a wizened child in the nightmare because it's symbolizing Gehrman in a way? Because Gehrman is inhabiting it. You know, is it old because Gehrman is old? Was the real orphan like the orphan we see here? Because, you know, this is the nightmare. Hey, I'm glad, Panda Police. Yeah, I mean, if you haven't played the game before, you're just gonna hear us talking a load of gobbledygook. But I'm glad you're still enjoying it. Those curses. Oh, the fucking big shark boys. Oh, God. Oh, you horrible things. bad. What thing isn't horrible in Bloodborne? Those guys are especially horrible. It gets worse, though. The two down in the well are notorious. Hello. In cold blood. So what do you think happened to the villagers here? Did they beckon Cause? Or did Cause just roll up one day and they all transformed into these creatures? How did they transform into these creatures? Did they take in Cause's blood? Was it just making contact with Cause that caused them to turn into these creatures? I think you see a lot of kin cold blood around here. The food, the phantasms. You think Cause was laying loads of those phantasms? And the villagers started eating all the phantasms and then they turned? Since they call... Jesus Christ! Since they call her Mother Cause, I imagine they had a long-term relationship and she nurtured them, right? I guess they transformed just due to exposure to powerful arcane forces and shit, yeah. And maybe eating all those phantasms. If they were eating them. Just the way they're stacked up in those barrels. You know, it kind of looks like they're there, like they're fish, you know, to be eaten. Like they were fished up. Cause parasite. I forgot all about that. Cause parasites. What other special items are related to this place? The cursed skull that we get, I think, from the priest. Or do we get the cause parasite from the priest? I can't remember. Alright, let's see if we can do it. Winter lanterns again. Oh, yeah. Here comes the brother. And I'm dead. Oh, what a horrible encounter. La la la. La la. It is playing off Murgo's Lullaby, that tune. I think. It's very similar, the melody. Bam ba-dam, bam bam ba-dam. Bam 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 ba-dam. Bam 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 ba-dam. Something like that. That's Murgo's Lullaby. Bam bam bam. Bam bam. And that's the Winter Lantern theme. Bam ba-dam bam dun 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 dun. La 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 la. I think it is playing off that. Although there might be some other melodies that use like similar, that might be similar as well, you know, themes that you hear throughout the game. Doesn't play the whole thing when you just use it once. Yeah, you don't get to hear the whole thing either when you just use the box. Oh boy, guys, I think I'm gonna wrap it up. It was nice to venture into the hamlet, talk a little bit about it. But yeah, I think I'll wrap up now and we'll get into this properly next time. I'll probably be starting again at around the same time tomorrow. And maybe we'll do some Elden Ring afterwards if I have a copy of it that I can play. Or maybe we'll wait until the day after to do Elden Ring. Let me go back to the dream. Oh, man. That was fun, but I'm tired. Bloodborne, man, what a game. It's almost over. Let's see if Gehrman is out back. It's pretty rare, this encounter. I forgot how rare it was. Oh, he's here. Finally. I think this is the time where we hear the cry as well. The same cry that we'll hear from Orphan.
Oh, Lawrence, Master Willem, somebody help me. Unshackle me, please. Anybody. I've had enough of this dream. The night blocks all sight. Oh, somebody, please.
Damn. Just the same again, yeah.
Lauren,
He's not looking in the direction of the moon. No, the moon is up there. That would have been cool, though. But yeah, I forgot that he said unshackle me there as well. The doll earlier saying she feels like she's been liberated from heavy shackles. Once we kill Maria, and then the same thing happens when we kill Orphan. Only for Gehrman. On any other night, he'd be restless. Or something like that. But isn't that what she says? On any other night, he'd be restless. But today, he sleeps soundly. Alright, guys. Thanks for watching. That was a fun session. We covered a lot. Research hall. Some Chalice dungeons at the start. The Hunter's Nightmare. We're almost at the end. We'll finish this tomorrow. We have the fishing hamlets to go, and then Mensis, then back to the main game for the finale. For the final area and the final few boss fights. Thanks for watching, guys. I'm gonna host up Dave. Dave is doing some Bloodborne as well. He's doing the same kind of playthrough. Slow, story-driven playthrough. And he's probably a little bit behind me. But probably not by much. He's probably in the research hall. Yeah, guys, thanks for watching. I'll see you tomorrow. Till next time, everyone, take it easy. Peace.